politics certainly, are so polarized pretty much on everything else.
Jonathan Gillian, thank you for taking the time to share such an emotional story with us. We will pray for Sagi's safe return.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
What do you mean he's not coming in? This is our busiest time.
The mixologist at Claude's Bar is moving to Manhattan.
I'm already down 2 bar backs. No one's manning front of
Now he needs an equally cosmopolitan replacement.
How am I going to find a new bartender before New Year's Eve?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When Freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Everyone on your list is going to be happy this year if you take my advice and do what I do and let Omaha Steaks bring the happiness and take the guesswork out of gifting. Shop their carefully curated gift packages guaranteed to make spirits bright all winter long. Just go to omahasteaks.com. Save 50% off site-wide. Plus, when you use promo code Zioli at checkout, you get an additional $30 off your order. That's right. Send tender, juicy, butcher's cut filet mignons, mouth-watering burgers, gourmet jumbo franks, or even easy-to-prepare meals that are ready in a flash. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. The happiness is endless. But this offer won't last long. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so avoid the holiday rush and do it today. omahasteaks.com. Use promo code Zioli at checkout. Minimum order may be required. This is a gift from the heart, a gift that will be remembered with every unforgettable bite. I do this every year, and everyone always says thank you, and they never return it. omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
From Essington to Cochranville, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
She gave you a tie, he gave you a toaster. But what both of you really wanted all along was a new kitchen. So toss the tie into the toaster and head to the holiday sale at Colonial Marble and Granite. Right now at Colonial, our sink and faucet gold package valued at $1,200 can be yours fully installed for just $499. Give your home a New Year's makeover at Colonial Marble and Granite. But don't sleep on it. Sale ends January 1st. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree, they see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets fell off Wednesday as the Dow and the Nasdaq recorded their first down days in the last 10 trading days. The Dow fell nearly 476 points to end a streak of 5 straight record high closes.
All 30 of the Dow members closing in the red. The biggest Dow decliners: Goldman Sachs, American Express, and United Health Group.
Fox's Hillary Barsky, the Nasdaq down just over 225, the S&P off just over 70. FedEx, the biggest S&P 500 loser after reporting weaker than expected second quarter numbers and lowering its full year sales forecast. Bitcoin was up, trading above 43,000, lifting a series of crypto-linked stocks. And the National Association of Realtors says existing home sales rose 0.8% last month, ending a 5-month decline as easing mortgage rates provided some relief for home buyers. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is a popular time of year for helping those less fortunate. However, the need in America is year-round, especially at food banks.
We've been seeing skyrocketing demand for food in our community.
Sheldon Good is Director of Development for Manna on Main Street in Lansdale, Pennsylvania. He tells Fox 29, with grocery prices still rising, the end of pandemic relief has hit hard.
The average household in Pennsylvania lost $181 a month, basically overnight as of March, due to federal changes in law having to do with the end of the public health emergency.
And the challenges evolve, too. Right now, New York is one of multiple cities trying to accommodate a large number of migrants. But City Council member Julie Wan says many others are still in need, including residents of the city's public housing program, or NYCHA.
We would never turn anyone away for a meal, but there simply just is not enough for both NYCHA residents and the migrant shelter residents.
Nationwide, the USDA reporting nearly 13% of U.S. households facing food insecurity in 2022, including millions more children. The worst numbers in nearly a decade.
Food insecurity is not exactly the same for every person. There are different gradations or levels of food insecurity.
Claire Bobineau-Fontenot is the CEO of Feeding America.
At its core, what it really means is it's when you don't know where your next meal or the next or the next or the one after that might be coming from. So you don't have a consistent way of getting access to nutrition that you need. And there's a spectrum. Some people find themselves in that position infrequently and only in emergencies. Others find themselves in that position every day and every month.
Wow. And if you don't know where your next meal is coming from, that can make you feel insecure in a lot of different ways, beyond just the food, I would imagine. So that's really stark. The U.S. Agriculture Department says the number of people living in food insecure households increased by 31% in 2022, last year, right? The biggest one-year increase since 2008. What happened last year? What's driving that?
I mean, there's some devastating implications for people if they don't get the nutrition they need, for little kids, for students, for seniors, there are implications. So it's the foundation, access to nutritious food. So then to The question you asked about, so what on earth is going on with the new food insecurity rates that the USDA published? If I can step back and share that before the pandemic, about 34 million people reported being food insecure. That's in 2019. And that represented us actually making some progress where year after year, food insecurity rates were going down. Pandemic hits, food insecurity rates went up to 38 million people. But we were starting to put in place some measures that help people to get access to more nutrition. We relaxed rules like SNAP rules. We said SNAP, otherwise formerly known as food stamps. And we said, we're going to make it easier for you to get access to these programs. The federal government stepped up and provided extra food from federal government commodities during that time. So it was starting to happen. And about 60 million people turned to the charitable food system for help. And that's the organization. The Feeding America Network comprises the vast majority of the charitable food system. We are over 200 food banks, over 60,000 agency partners and meal programs all across the country. So I just wanted to paint that picture. So here we are, first year of the pandemic, the numbers go up, but they don't go up as high as the numbers of people accessing the charitable food system. The next year, we've got a whole bunch of supports in place, and the number went down. Mm-hmm. And that was beautiful. And then...
Right, that was a lot of help during the pandemic.
Exactly. And then when those supports went away, that's what happened. So what you're looking at in those most recent USDA numbers is what happened when those supports went away. And to know that in our country, over 13 million kids don't have access to the food that they need. That's 1 out of every 5 children in this country. To know 44 million people in this country don't have access to the food that they need. And I think about right now, around the holidays, how American traditions are so embedded in a food culture. How you gather around a big table with a turkey or a ham or whatever it is that your family uses, but food will be at the center of that table. And there'll be tens of millions of people without the assistance and generosity of people like your listeners who simply will not be able to participate. Fox listeners and viewers have been absolutely instrumental in helping through the pandemic. Millions and millions of meals have been provided due to the generosity of your listeners. So one of the things I wanted to come on to do is to thank them. I also wanted them to understand that we're not done. There's more work to do. But when we work together, when we put aside all the things that could divide us, and we focus in on a problem, there is no country that is better equipped to solve big issues than we are.
I appreciate that. Do you see generally, during the holiday season, an increase in donations because it's a charitable time of year and people, it's sort of more front of mind for people?
Yes, we do. And we're thankful that that happens. Thanksgiving and Christmas in particular are times when it's top of mind. I think when we're sitting around our tables counting our blessings, we're more likely to then contemplate who does not share those blessings. And again, we are a very, very generous country. I think the key is for us to have an awareness of a problem. We're not inclined to solve for a problem we don't think we have.
But then it's also a time of increased need. You almost can't get to a place where, the donations match the need because there's always more, food insecure people. And I'm also wondering, though, did the pandemic impact donations? And has that had a lasting impact? Was there a trend with donations that started during the pandemic, good or bad, that has continued?
Yeah, so there was definitely a trend during the height of the pandemic, overwhelming generosity, overwhelming support, including from the government. This is one of the areas where we were able to make our way through to bipartisan legislation that was designed to help and that did help. And then it started ticking down, and now it's down significantly. And I think it's because people don't have a perception that the need is still there, except it is. So we've seen decrease in federal commodities. We've seen decrease in individual donations to food banks and pantries. We've seen a decrease in money that's being provided as well. But unfortunately, we're not seeing demand decrease.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I'm sure that if this whole fight with inflation that's gone on for a few years now can't possibly have helped, because people are having such a hard time making ends meet. And the other part of that is, I know your group says 1 out of every 6 people turned to the charitable food sector for help last year.
Yes.
Has there been a change in who and how many need help to make ends meet?
There has. So I would think your audience would be surprised to learn that more and more people with higher and higher income are turning to the charitable food system. And I think what's going on, number one, let's talk about inflation for a moment. Inflation has come down, and that's good. But the place where inflation is stubbornly high is with food, especially nutritious food. When housing prices are up, as you see that they are now, when people can't afford, because of interest rates, they can't even afford to buy a home, and rent is ridiculously high. When childcare costs are up, all of those things impact their ability to feed their families. And the thing is, on the one hand, if you don't pay part of your rent, you're going to get kicked out of your apartment. If you don't eat as much, you'll try your best to make your way. So people tend to cut corners on their nutrition because they can't cut corners in other places. During the peak of the pandemic, as I would go out to food distributions across the country, so often I'd have people in those lines tearfully explain to me that they remember many, many, many times when they and their kids went to the food bank and volunteered. And they never imagined the day would come when they would need food from that same food bank. So we've seen some changes for sure.
Wow. Does your organization, Feeding America, and others like it, do you consider yourselves filling in gaps in government assistance or working with the government? And what do you see going forward as something that can help more with this problem overall?
Yeah, so I think it would be yes and to your question. We work very closely with the government, but we are the safety net for the safety net. We've got a farm bill coming up. It happens once every 5 years. The farm bill includes provisions for that federal commodities that I talked about, which is the Emergency Food Assistance Program, sometimes called TFAP. And it also has SNAP in it. And I love the way the Farm Bill is structured because it puts farmers and the government and people experiencing hunger all together as partners. We have partnered with farmers. Farmers Feed America is a coalition that Feed America has been spearheading. And I'm optimistic about what's happening there, where people are demonstrating a willingness to put aside the things that divide us and to focus in on things that can unite us. And when we do, everybody wins. Every single body wins.
What is the best way for people to donate to Feeding America to help your organization so that you can continue to help so many others?
Well, I would say go to feedingamerica.org. Feeding America at the national level, which is the organization I'm the CEO of, is well positioned to convert your $1 into 10 meals, which I think is better than you can do buying some green beans from your local grocery store. So you can do that. I also encourage people to use the food bank locator that's on that same website. I continue to be so optimistic about where we're going to go, although I understand it's going to be lumpy and bumpy. It won't be easy. But America's built tough. We can do hard things, but we do best when we do things together. And I'm excited to be a part of that.
Claire Bobineau-Fontenot, CEO of Feeding America, thank you so much for all you do and for sharing your time with us.
Thank you for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-251-8381 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this
Test. This is a statewide required monthly test of the Emergency Alert System, originating from the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, Harrisburg. This is only a test.
Endless. This offer won't last long. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, a gift that'll be remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Take advantage of 50% off site-wide, plus use promo code SIZZLE at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me, so I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott sending some of the migrants that illegally came in from Mexico to Chicago. The mayor there not happy about it. He's accusing the Texas governor of causing chaos. But on Hannity, Chicago alderman and 2024 Democratic congressional candidate Raymond Lopez says his city's mayor, Brandon Johnson's pointing his finger at the wrong person.
My mayor is blaming everyone except the person who needs to get the blame, and that is President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who are responsible for protecting and securing our borders and for having a functional immigration system.
And the latest Fox News poll taken before the Colorado Supreme Court decision to take former President Trump off the ballot finds 52% of likely Republican caucus goers in Iowa say they'll choose former President Trump in next month's caucuses. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in second place at 18%. America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The 76ers' Joel Embiid is the reigning MVP of the league, and so far this season he looks intent on winning it again.
Needs some help. Boyle just take it himself. Oh, my goodness. The Embiid of the East is loose.
That was the call on NBC Sports Philadelphia as Embiid finishes with 51 points and 12 rebounds to lead the Sixers over the Timberwolves 127-113. In other action, the Nuggets topped the Raptors 113-104. It was the Knicks over the Nets 121-102. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
It's going to be the backup quarterbacks that will either keep certain teams out of the playoffs or will keep certain teams from winning their division, potentially not winning a number one overall seed in the postseason. Potentially, that loss keeps Philadelphia from hosting Dallas at some point instead of having to travel to Dallas, where the Cowboys win. Philadelphia's lost now 3 straight. I see and hear the same reaction that we heard whenever San Francisco and the Niners went through their 3-game lull. The reaction was, hey, Shanahan, are you going to bench Brock Purdy? Do you need a quarterback change? The answer, no. We're sticking with our quarterback. Jalen Hurts has been banged up. There are some that believe that Marcus Mariota should be playing while Hurts gets healthy. I like the fact that he's pushing through because this team needs their leader. And Jalen Hurts is leading in a same fashion that he did a year ago. I've been thoroughly impressed with him from the start of last year, where there are a lot of alpha mentalities on that roster.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Are you looking for the perfect gift this holiday? Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, they've got you covered. They'll love you to the moon and back necklace featuring a crescent moon and star design in 14-karat white or yellow gold with inset diamonds. The special holiday price of only $284.99 is available for a limited time while supplies last. Show her that you love her this year with the Love You to the Moon and Back diamond necklace from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. If you get a new tablet or cell phone this year, recycle your old one, either by donation or an e-waste program. When we each share one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Tammy
Bruce, what's on your mind?
If I described a place where cocaine was found, an animal-costumed mascot was twerking during an event with kids present, and trans activists stripped semi-naked, you might think I was talking about a grungy club in New York, but you'd be wrong. All of that happened at the Biden White House. Yes, our White House in Washington, D.C. All of this and more brought to us by President Joe Biden, whose 2020 campaign for the presidency emphasized, ironically, restoring dignity and bringing normalcy and decency back to the country. The latest from the normal, dignified, and decent team at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is the traditional White House Christmas video. Really, Americans wonder, how can you screw that up? What could go wrong, we ask? Well, plenty, apparently, plenty. First Lady Jill Biden unveiled this year's Christmas video on the platform X and posted a bit of magic, wonder, and joy brought to you by the talented tappers of Doran's Dance, performing their playful interpretation of the Nutcracker Suite. Enjoy. Strangely, while there's plenty of tap dancing, the video doesn't mention Christmas or the birth of Jesus. Do the people running the White House know that we know what Christmas is? Or perhaps they're pretending that Christmas is now a generic winter festival, just like how they pretend that the border is closed, the economy is fine, and Joe Biden has nothing to do with Hunter's business dealings. While I've infrequently had the flu in my life, and when COVID struck me back in 2021, I had what can only be described as fever dreams of cartoons in Technicolor like Roger Rabbit or delirium-fueled Wizard of Oz. While sometimes I've thought we were living in a nightmare, never did I think the Bidens would go so far as to remind me of their disturbing, delirious nonsense during Christmas. But then again, perhaps the stunningly awful Christmas video is the best representation of the Biden administration to date. But there's more. The Dorrance Dance Troupe and Jill Biden's Winter Tap Dance Festival video aren't just tappers, they're also social justice warriors. The Daily Caller reports the New York City-based troupe, Dorrance Dance, notes on its website that at its core, tap dance is a subversive form. The company supports Black Lives Matter and features anti-racism resources on its website, including ways to educate oneself about white privilege, systemic racism, white fragility, and anti-racism. Oh, really? And how clever. We are using taxpayer funds to pay ostensibly for the traditional Christmas video and have it go right into the hands of political activists? The publicity alone has likely driven enough cash to their coffers to make even Hunter Biden blush. The First Lady posted the video, which runs a little over 2 minutes and has been viewed millions of times. Unsurprisingly, the video says nothing about the 92 radical causes that Dorrance Dance encourages visitors to its website to support. Christmas is supposed to be about peace on earth and goodwill toward all. It's supposed to be a time of unity where politics are set aside. The Biden Christmas video conveys the opposite message, an embrace of the hard left and a rejection of the holiday spirit. First Lady Melania Trump's 2020 White House Christmas video set the gold standard. Like Mrs. Trump, the video exuded classic elegance. The former First Lady appeared briefly, but the focus of the video was on the beautiful trees and the Christmas decorations. No dancers of any political persuasion spoiled the holiday cheer. I have no idea what the new normal and dignified in Washington, D.C. will cough up next, but I do know all Americans deserve better. I'm Tammy Bruce, a contributor at Fox News, and this column originally appeared at amac.us.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We are going to enter next year with the smallest military in over 80 years as active duty troop numbers sink to less than 1.3 million. And the Pentagon is now coming out and issuing a national call of service to Gen Z.
Does anybody get the feeling that maybe if this continues to go in the wrong direction, we're going to have a draft?
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Two of the biggest media companies in the world are talking about possibly combining forces. Sources have confirmed to Bloomberg an Axios report that Warner Brothers Discovery held talks this week on a possible merger with Paramount Global. It's still early days, days, and any deal would likely face intense scrutiny by federal regulators. An entertainment booking company has likely developed a real fear of clowns. A group of former clowns and entertainers are accusing New York-based Clowns.com of failing to pay them for several hours of work and misclassifying them as independent contractors to avoid offering them full benefits. According to the proposed class action complaint, worker misclassification is no laughing matter. Wall Street gets back to work today, hoping Santa Claus will make a return visit after the recent rally ended with stocks retrenching yesterday. The big three averages all giving back more than 1%. Steve Potusk, Bloomberg Radio.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hatfield Pork brings flavor to the table the whole family will enjoy and keep you moving through the day. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you can feel good about serving. Explore endless meal possibilities with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground sausage, ham, and bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
She gave you a tie, he gave you a toaster. But what both of you really wanted all along was a new bathroom. So toss the tie into the toaster and head to the holiday sale at Colonial Marble and Granite. Now you can take home a free sink and natural stone or quartz countertop when you buy a bathroom vanity at any Colonial location. Give your home a New Year's makeover at Colonial Marble and Granite. But don't sleep on it. Sale ends January 1st. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. If you're a dad who is facing divorce, there are extra layers of stress that may include stereotypes and assumptions. No two situations are the same. Our legal experience and dedication prepare us for whatever legal challenges we face together. For more than 30 years, Cordell & Cordell has represented men in divorce.
Offices in Philadelphia, Radnor, and Allentown, Pennsylvania, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. Michelle Ferrari, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Online at CordellCordell.com.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, December 21st, the last show of 2023. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Mary Walter is in for Dawn this morning. Anthony Dorenzo in for Greg Stocker this morning as well. Phil Almquist handling all of our video. Action-packed loaded Thursday. That will include my buddy Athan Koutsarumbis from Real Clear Politics, as he will join us at 8:45 this morning. Mary, it is great to have you back in the saddle yet again. Good morning. How are you?
Well, good morning to you. How are you?
I feel like I just talked to you. I feel like I just saw you.
It feels like I didn't even sleep last night, and yet here we are again.
Here we are yet again for another fun 4 hours. I mean, there's just so, like, you think, oh, well, it's Christmas time and it's like the holidays and things are going to slow down in the news cycle. I'm not saying they're news dumps, but we have some really huge stories to talk about this morning.
Yeah, not as big as yesterday, but still a lot going on. It just doesn't slow down, does it?
That is absolutely correct. A big take coming up on Ron DeSantis and what he thinks the Democrats are up to when it comes to Donald Trump. Also, will the GOP stoop to the levels of Democrats? California says, hey, let's join the party. Usually we lead the stupidity, but today they are second in line. And then also, we're going to have a little fun with a poll question that I want to do on Twitter and YouTube later this morning. Kind of a look back on 2023. So all of that on tap this morning. And, of course, a loaded cut sheet coming up at 7:45. All right, but before we get to the cut sheet, before we get to the big take, let's get to the news. Round number one. And for that, we give you my buddy, my pal, Anthony Dorenzo.
Thank you, Nick Kayal. 6:07 a.m. Kayal and Company News live here. We're going to start the Fairmount Park rape suspect, who we spoke about yesterday. This is the man Elias Diaz, who lived behind the fields of Mayfair's Lincoln High School in a dense wooded section of Pennypack Park. He tried to make himself something of a home. He had a set up portable charcoal grill, hung tattered clothes from tree branches, left cans of beer and old food wrappers on the ground, and stacked trash bags, sometimes overflowing them. And, it wasn't necessarily the most humane living situation. But, yeah, ever since he committed these crimes in 2003, it seems like he made a home there.
So this guy's just been living in the woods for 20 years and tossing beer cans around.
Nobody knew about it, supposedly. Okay. I don't know how he got food and drinks, and I don't understand how you get all the things you need all the time and not get caught.
And you said this is where? In Fairmount Park?
This was, the recent attack happened in Fairmount Park, but he lived behind Lincoln High School in Mayfair.
Unbelievable.
Wow. So this was something that police have been looking into for a good amount of time. They are looking into the DNA, and maybe there are even more crimes here between how long Diaz was out and, committing questionable acts. So that'll continue to move forward there. 6 ABC, the tragic helicopter crash that we talked about yesterday. There's updates there in sense of, everyone that was on board, unfortunately, had passed. 67-year-old Monroe Smith and 45-year-old photographer Christopher Doherty. And a lot of people in the area, they were known for a lot of people in aerospace, any type of flying academy, those kind of things. Mm-hmm. They were very known in the area for, just going out, talking to people in the industry, always networking, always known as very nice people. And, even NBC 10, Fox 29, all the other news stations chimed in as well and gave all their regards. This is something a lot of them do routinely, so it's really, really scary.
This is so. I don't ever recall this happening in my lifetime. Do you? Has this ever on any? Not even just locally, but I don't ever recall a television news chopper. Going through this.
Yeah, the most I really can think of is like something tragic, like we saw with Kobe. Like I don't remember.
Yeah, the Kobe Bryant thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
No, it happens. You hear the stories.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like up in New York, you'll hear, especially over the Hudson, it's super, super, super busy traffic-wise. So, yeah, it's happened where there have been the accidents with the helicopters for the news crews, unfortunately.
Okay. All right, wow.
Yeah, so hopefully, best regards to their families. It's a tough time.
Yeah.
But moving forward nationally, House committee to investigate allegations of plagiarism against Harvard president. Rep. Virginia Fox said Wednesday that House Education Committee will expand its investigation into Harvard President Claudine Gay to include allegations that she committed plagiarism in her academic work. This is claiming up to 40 acts of plagiarism.
Yep.
And this was in a letter acquired by Bloomberg. Fox said this committee will expand its look into Gay, focusing on whether Harvard holds its faculty to the same academic standards as its students. Quote, our concern is that standards are not being applied consistency, resulting in different results for different members of the academic community, she wrote. If a university is willing to look the other way and not hold faculty accountable for engaging in academically dishonest behavior, it cheapens its mission and the value of its education.
So she's a serial plagiarist, is what she is. 40 different accusations. I actually saw CNN tweet about this, and I read the link that they put out in their tweet that takes you to their website. If CNN is reporting on this, her days are numbered.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
One of the guys she allegedly plagiarized from, one of the professors or writers, he said, well, I just want to know from Harvard, if a student had done the same thing, what would the procedure be?
Mm-hmm. I would think that's a lack of academic integrity, perhaps a suspension from school, maybe expulsion from the university.
Yeah, I mean, look at what they're doing right now with AI with students. If you use AI, it goes through this thing. They have to send it to the board. They have to tell. So if kids aren't allowed to cheat, why are they?
Yep.
And also, I don't know, this is just an opinion, but just like kids use computers, they're going to use them the rest of their lives. Like, I don't understand these rules.
What rules?
Like, you can't use
rules?
AI for kids are.
It's
gonna.
You don't understand. Come up with your own theories. Come write your own stuff. Don't do copy.
But
and
it's a
paste
tool.
jobs.
It's a tool. It's not like there's no way you can rely on it.
Yeah, it's doing the job for you.
But it's way like dumbed down. Like you have to build off it.
The computer is a tool to use.
Yes.
That's, so that you don't have to write it out by hand or, God forbid, type it on a typewriter.
Yeah.
Okay. So the computer is a tool. AI is doing the work for you. AI is like hiring someone to write the paper for you.
Imagine if I used AI for the big take. How easy
I wrote my own
would
news
be.
today.
Well, it might be better. I'm just going to say.
A lot of people would agree with that, Mary.
Yeah, we'll just put your voice into an AI machine for the next big take.
I should do that, actually.
But moving forward, we are going to end here locally. Suspects in fatal Philly airport shooting have been ordered to hold for trial. 3 men have taken part in the fatal shooting of Philadelphia police officer Richard Mendez and officer Raul Ortiz during an attempted airport car theft were held for trial on Wednesday. Most charges including murder after a day-long preliminary court hearing. Yobani Martinez Fernandez, 18 of Camden, will face charges of murder and related offenses for Mendez killing and attempted murder charges of the wounding of Ortiz. Municipal Court Judge David Schuster ruled after the hearing. And Alexander Batista Polanco, 21 of Camden, and Hendrik Pena Fernandez, 21 of Pennsauken, will face charges in second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer and related offensive for Mendez killing. The attempted murder charge for the shooting of Ortiz was dropped by both men.
Okay, there we go.
So we'll see what happens there moving forward, but always want to update those things here. And sports, we'll end here with Joel Embiid scoring another 50-point game. This man looks better than he did last year. I know you're not big on basketball, especially before Christmas, but I tried to tell myself don't like this team this year, but they look. It's time. Maxey looks like the real deal. They're playing like a real team.
Well, it's
they have
addition
a real
by
bench.
subtraction, right?
Well,
and
they have a
get
good
rid of
coach.
Harden and you get better.
Yeah, and I think Nick Nurse is doing wonders.
Yeah,
so,
I agree. Updated Nick Power rankings in Philadelphia. Nick Kayal 1, Nick Nurse 2, Nick Sirianni with the Eagles 3.
Yeah, this Sirianni's definitely below.
Yeah, he's the lowest
Nick
Nick right
trending
now.
low. Trending
I agree.
127-113 Sixers win at home last night, though. Against the top defense in the league, statistically, Maxey and Embiid combined for 86 points.
Yeah, I think Dorenzo and myself could have dropped 16 combined.
I think so.
I agree.
I think so. I don't know. I don't know if I was that good at.
You probably would have tried to use artificial intelligence to score.
Yeah. That doesn't work on the court. All right. Currently 35 here in Philadelphia. Clear for most of the day. Some clouds. 6% chance of precipitation in most areas, and wind only up to 6 miles per hour. Friday, high of 41, low of 31. Weekend, kind of cloudy, but it gets a high of 46 on Saturday. Sunday, a little bit of a higher high there at 55, low of 41. Monday, Christmas Day, high of 50 degrees, low of 42. And then later in that week, mostly highs in the 50s there, and some expected rain. So cloudy, snowy, and unfortunately not snowy Christmas holiday, no matter how you look at it.
Fine by me.
But this news and weather were brought to you by Best Work Industry for the Blind. Best Work Industry for the Blind e-commerce stores helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com offers traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, and more with free shipping and next-day delivery. Shop now and save at bestworksupplycenter.com. And that is Kayal Company News Live here, 6:16 a.m.
All right, Anthony Dorenzo, thank you very much. Let's get to the final big take of 2023.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
All right, the big take this morning, Democrat deceit and deception, so says DeSantis. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is either really desperate or incredibly intelligent. Yesterday, the Florida governor, an underwhelming GOP primary challenger, made this statement about the Democrats and their intentions. Listen and watch Ron DeSantis.
Reverse that. But here's the larger thing of what the left and the media and the Democrats are doing. They're doing all this stuff to basically solidify support in the primary for him, get him into the general, and the whole general election is going to be all this legal stuff. And look, it's unfair. They're abusing power 100%. But the question is that going to work? And I think they have a playbook that unfortunately will work, and it'll give Biden or the Democrat or whoever the ability to skate through this thing. That's their plan. That's what they want. What they don't want is to have somebody like me who will make the election not about all those other issues, but will make the election about the failures of Biden, the failures of the left, and how we're going to be able to turn the country.
I think Ron DeSantis is wrong here and is completely missing the mark. There was a time and place for this next level theory. Why? Because I'm one of the few who floated this out in late 2022 and early 2023. I think there was a time where I thought the Democrats were playing chess. Certainly Democrats are diabolical, and they can even be next level. Early on, in the beginning of Kayal Company, I thought DeSantis would be the best option, not because I'm not a Trump voter or Trump supporter, but because I thought Trump was unelectable and there are too many people that are against him. Now, that still might be the case, but the DeSantis theory is no longer highly likely. Is it possible? Perhaps. But things have shifted. Trump has skyrocketed in the polls. DeSantis has bottomed out. Vivek and Nikki have made more headlines than DeSantis when it comes to certain moments in time where they've trended far better than DeSantis. And the polls show us that the Democrats' fear of Trump and their intentions to disqualify him or imprison him are legit because they are scared. Joe is polling at 33%. Joe is polling poorly with every age group, every demo, every race, every gender, and every educational background. Hell, Kamala Harris is polling 1 point better in one of the most recent polls. And we should all realize that DeSantis is wrong, and the left is truly hell-bent on eradicating their top political rival. Well, because they've been telling us this all along. Let's have a flashback moment, shall we? Here is Joe Biden in 2021 after getting into office, where he told you what was going to happen all along. Listen and watch.
We just have to demonstrate that he will not take power by if he does run, making sure he under legitimate efforts of our Constitution, does not become the next president again.
Joe Biden told us the game plan almost 3 years ago, and now it's unfolding before our very eyes. Fast forward to yesterday, and here was Biden on Trump and asked about the 14th Amendment. Listen and watch this.
Is Trump an insurrectionist, sir?
Well, I think certainly it's self-evident. You saw it all. Now, whether the 14th Amendment applies, I'll let the court make that decision. But he certainly supported insurrection. And no question about it. None. Zero. And he seems to be doubling down on about everything. Anyway, I got to keep going here. Keep it moving. If the Trump ballot decision in Colorado stands, which I highly doubt that it will because I believe SCOTUS will not allow this to continue, we do have an update because the Colorado GOP says it will move from a primary system to a caucus system. That breaking news coming down yesterday after we got off the air at 10 o'clock, where the Colorado Republican Party is planning to withdraw from the state's primary election and move to a caucus system if the ruling against former President Donald Trump stands. A state GOP spokesperson for Colorado made the remark on social media following a video posted by GOP candidate Vivek Ramaswamy in which he pledged to withdraw if the Colorado Supreme Court's Tuesday disqualification of Trump is sustained. We played you the video yesterday, but I'll reiterate Vivek's quote one more time as he said the following. I pledge to withdraw from the Colorado GOP primary ballot until Trump is also allowed to be on the ballot. And I demand that Ron DeSantis, Chris Christie, and Nikki Haley do the same immediately, or else they are tacitly endorsing this illegal maneuver, which will have disastrous consequences for our country, Ramaswamy said in the video. The Colorado Republican Party replied to Vivek's video and tweet on X, assuring him, quote, you won't have to because we will withdraw from the primary as a party and convert to a pure caucus system if this is allowed to stand, end quote. Meanwhile, another headline that really popped yesterday on FoxNews.com, and it read like this, quote, Dem-appointed Colorado justice says Trump ballot ban undermines the bedrock of America in a fiery dissent. As we know, all three dissenting justices in the Colorado court's decision were Democrat appointees. Justices Carlos Samore, Maria Birkenkotter, and Chief Justice Brian D. Boatwright all dissented, but it was Samore that was particularly critical of the 4-3 ruling. Samore and Boatwright were each appointed by Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper, while Birkenkotter was appointed by current Governor Jared Polis, also a Democrat. Quote, the decision to bar former President Donald J. Trump by all counts, the current leading Republican presidential candidate from Colorado's presidential primary ballot, flies in the face of the due process doctrine, Samore wrote. He goes on to say, even if we are convinced that a candidate committed horrible acts in the past, dare I say, engaged in insurrection, there must be procedural due process before we can declare that individual disqualified from holding public office. Samore went on to argue that allowing states to decide individually whether to allow Trump's candidacy, quote, risked chaos in the country. The justice conjured visions of state governments divided on the legitimacy of a victorious presidential candidate. He wraps up by saying, quote, this can't possibly be the outcome that the framers intended. He's referring to the framers of the Constitution. And that right there is a common sense Democrat who is looking at the rule of law, the intended purposes of the Constitution, and removing any political bias from his opinion. He's a Democrat, probably doesn't like Trump, but he's probably of the belief that Trump is getting railroaded here. But unfortunately for Trump, for voters, and for Americans, there are far too many in the justice system trying to persecute one person, all because Trump upset the apple cart. Can't have that. Can't allow it. Got to eliminate your political rival by any means necessary. And that is Banana Republic stuff. And that is also the big take.
The Big Take. on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you would like to jump in with your thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, be a part of our YouTube chat. Go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community today. We'll come back, get Mary's thoughts and reaction to what DeSantis tried to lay out as a theory yesterday from the big take this morning. And also, is it time that the GOP stoop to the level of Democrats? We'll get into that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Rich Zioli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. And you're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Tickets to Joe Conklin comedy shows make great gifts. See Conklin in Pittman, New Jersey, Westchester, and at just about any Catholic school in the area. Get tickets at joeconklin.com.
I'm Mark Luca, president of Aqua Pennsylvania. This winter, we want you to be a hydrant hero. Every second counts in an emergency, and fire departments need to locate and access fire hydrants quickly. When you're cleaning up after a snowstorm, remember to shovel a 3-foot path to and around your nearest hydrant. Help keep yourself and others safe, and don't let your hydrant get buried. Aqua, an essential utilities company providing clean, safe, reliable water every day.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Hey, neighbor, what you doing?
Just getting the groundwork done to put up my new fence.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One call system to check the underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here. Oh, no.
Whoa, I think that's a water main. Yeah, well, you said you always wanted a pool. All joking aside, you should call Pennsylvania One call.
You're right, I'm going to call Pennsylvania One call. But first, cannonball!
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig, or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. If you have a property at the shore, have the team at Emmons come out and take a look
look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me. So I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
Calling on Atco, New Jersey to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
All right, Kayal Company, 631 as we roll on live on this Thursday morning. Mary Walter is in for Dawn Stensland, 855-839-1210 if you would like to join the show as we head till 10 o'clock this morning. All right, so, Mary, I want to get your thoughts to what Ron DeSantis is accusing the Democrats of attempting to pull off. We talked about it in the Big Take. I want to get your reaction to this because there was a time where I thought that might be a possibility as you try to, go next level and think maybe what are the Democrats really up to? Is it as simple as just trying to imprison Trump or get him off of ballots? And what's their motives behind all of this? So let me get your reaction to what Ron DeSantis said in the Big Take. Anthony, let's cue up the Florida governor so Mary can hear this one more time, and then I want to get her opinion.
I think the U.S. Supreme Court is going to reverse that. But here's the larger thing of what the left and the media and the Democrats are doing. They're doing all this stuff to basically solidify support in the primary for him, get him into the general, and the whole general election is going to be all this legal stuff. And look, it's unfair. They're abusing power 100%. But the question is that going to work? And I think they have a playbook that unfortunately will work. And it'll give Biden or the Democrat or whoever the ability to skate through this thing. That's their plan. That's what they want. What they don't want is to have somebody like me who will make the election not about all those other issues, but will make the election about the failures of Biden, the failures of the left, and how we're going to be able to turn the country.
Mary Walter, your thought on that? He's basically implying that Democrats think that they have a better chance to beat Trump than any of these other GOP challengers.
No, I don't think the Democrats think they have a better chance of beating Trump. I just think that the Democrats think, and I'm sure they have gamed this out. I think Ron DeSantis is right in a lot of ways. Look at Nancy Pelosi, man. I can't stand her, but she is a political genius. She really is. She and Trump, to me, were very much on the same level as far as political foes. Mm-hmm. They both knew how to think ahead. They both knew how to plan ahead. They both knew how to read their opponent, right? They're both very good at that. To me, they were very well matched. DeSantis doesn't hit that level for me.
Right.
But I think that what they're going to do is there'll be no debates. Joe Biden will not debate. They're going to run him from the basement again because they have to, right? They're not allowing their voters any kind of say in any kind of primary because they're keeping there's going to be no primaries on the Democrat side. They're not allowing RFK Jr. on ballots.
Yeah.
So they're doing to Trump what they're trying to do to anyone who challenges Joe Biden.
And Marianne Williamson is pissed about it too.
Right. Well, of course she should be, but she should have seen that coming. She's a psychic, right? Just saying.
Right.
But so the Democrats, though, have a playbook. What I don't think they anticipated, and where I think they may be a little bit short, they did not anticipate the border. They did not anticipate, 100,000 people every week coming across the border, or what is it, every 10 days, something like that, coming across the border. So they didn't anticipate that. That is a negative for them in a large way. And I don't think they anticipated how it would affect the Hispanic vote and the black vote in this country. They also did not anticipate how going after Trump legally and trying to jail him would also consolidate support around him, right? It's an odd thing that's happening, but it is making him a sympathetic character. All of that aside, do not believe that the Democrats do not have a plan B, because they do, and they're like cornered animals, right? When they're cornered and they think they're going to lose, and it's all about power for them. They're very smart. They will lash out. They will do whatever they can. Look what's happening in Colorado. Everyone is saying this is unconstitutional, but that's never stopped them. Right. So they don't care. They will push the boundaries. They'll try to get a mile, but if they get an inch, they're happy and they capitalize on it. Look for more flooding with mail-in ballots. Look for an election that goes on for weeks and weeks and weeks as more mail-in ballots come trickling in and trickling in. Shenanigans will be afoot again in 2024, and I fear what the outcome is going to be and the reaction will be.
Well, when you say that, make no mistake about it, Democrats have a plan B, are you referring to a strategy against Trump, or are you referring to a plan B candidate laying in the weeds? Because to me, the only possible candidate would be Gavin Newsom, but if you take him at his word at the debate with Hannity and DeSantis, he said he would not be a nominee and would not be running in 2024. You would think, and you made a great point about every time they go after Trump, it further boosts him. We've seen the polls. After every single indictment, he's gone up even further. Those are all legal cases and, a criminal prosecution for this and classified documents for that and, claims of insurrection with January 6th. But now you try to legitimately remove him as an option in Colorado. His poll, I don't know when the next set of polls will come out. Maybe there's some this weekend or Sunday. He's going to have an even bigger lead over Biden in a general poll, and as well as the lead that he's going to have in the primary polls.
As what Gutfeld was saying that last night, if they keep this up, his support's going to be at 100%.
It's going to be unbelievable.
Right?
And he's laughing to the bank probably.
Well, but again, the election is a long way away, and a lot can happen between now and then. And, I think COVID was one of those things that was, we're starting to see a resurgence of that. And they're saying, we have to start masking again. I'm like, look, the election virus is back, right?
Yeah.
They will capitalize on anything. As far as maybe a surprise candidate, I think that you may see at the convention, the Democrat convention, you may see a faction of the Democrat Party rebel. And I think you're right. You would see a Gavin Newsom, just because Gavin Newsom said he wouldn't do it. Please.
I know.
Who the hell believes that word that comes out of Gavin Newsom's mouth?
That's true.
Gavin Newsom's that guy that just watching him on TV, I feel like I need to go take a shower.
I agree. You
feel
dirty.
Yes, he's so smarmy. Blech.
Right.
I don't trust that, but I think you're right. I think Gavin Newsom is a formidable candidate for them. Anybody but Joe. And that faction may rise, and I'm sure that there is a plan for that as well. They will throw Joe Biden under the bus and Kamala Harris if it will preserve their power. So I think there are a couple of options. It's going to be a wild ride.
Now, is it possible when they do throw Joe and or Kamala under the bus that
they're both going?
That those buses could be electric school buses. That's what I want to know.
Well, hopefully they're not electric, because that means that they won't run.
Yeah.
And so throwing them under the bus will not be that effective. She can crawl back out.
Yes.
So.
I love electric school buses.
I wonder if you love them if you get ran over by one of them. I've never had that play out. Maybe we'll see down the road here. Let's get to this. And I'm not sure where you're going to fall on this side of the question. And I think it's a fascinating question to pose, not only to you, but our audience, because now Republicans, in light of what has transpired in Colorado, are floating the idea out there of booting Joe Biden off of their red state ballots after the Trump ruling. This story courtesy of the New York Post. and it reads as follows. Some Republican officials outraged by the Colorado Supreme Court's decision to boot Donald Trump off the state's primary ballot have suggested doing the same to President Biden in their states. Many Republicans peddling the tit-for-tat idea suggested it as a thought experiment to give Democrats a taste of their own medicine rather than a serious legal undertaking. Quote, seeing what happened in Colorado makes me think, except we believe in democracy in Texas, maybe we should take Joe Biden off the ballot in Texas for allowing 8 million people to cross the border since he has been president. Now, while condemning the Colorado decision, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis pondered aloud what the limiting principle could be for that policy. Quote, could we just say that Joe Biden can't be on the ballot in Florida because he let in 8 million illegals into the country and violated the Constitution? End quote. That was DeSantis at a campaign event yesterday in Iowa. So the question is, should Republicans play the same game and stoop to the level of Democrats? Is it well past time? Is it time that Republicans fight dirty? Or do Republicans maintain integrity and not be hypocritical and maybe say, you know what, we're not willing to punch below the belt like Democrats are? What would you, if Mary Walter ruled the world, would you try to pull the same stunt and get Biden yanked off of some red state ballots? Would you go that far?
Hell yes.
Thank you for saying that. I thought I was a radical for thinking about that.
No.
Okay.
For the love of God, I would love to see the Republicans not hand their lunch money to Democrats at every single day.
It's a good analogy.
Yes, live by the rules that your opponent is playing by. You can't win if your opponent, I always go back to the Revolutionary War where the British were playing by the rules and they were lining up, right? And the first row would get mowed down and the second one would walk over the bodies and then they get mowed down. And they were upset with the Americans because they were shooting from the trees and hiding behind bushes and they weren't fighting like men. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were like, screw integrity, we want to win.
Yes.
I say, I want to get a bracelet that says WWND. What would Nancy do? And I want to give it to every single Republican. And when they get up in the morning, they look at that bracelet. What would Nancy do? Nancy would be playing so dirty right now. Yep. Nancy would have a lawsuit in Texas, in Florida, all of it to get Biden off the ballot. Hand back to them what they hand you. But Democrat, this is it just fires me up so much with Republicans because they make me so crazy.
Well, yeah, it's because we roll over and play dead. And then you just go to social media to cry about the loss instead of doing what you should do to win.
But they're like, but we're better than that. Screw being better. Who cares? You're a politician. You're talking to me about ethics. Are we still pretending that that's a thing in politics? Really? Mm-hmm. We're still going to pretend. So go be ethical. Sit on your moral high ground and lose.
Yeah.
There you go.
If you don't start fighting fire with fire, this is going to continue to be the same result. Every 2 years, every 4 years, whatever it might be, whether it's Congress, whether it's the Senate, midterms, general elections, the presidency, governor. It's like, what's the old adage? You don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Democrats are out there, and this is kind of interesting because Democrats want to take your guns away, but Democrats are out there with AK-47s, and here we are with cap guns. Like, we're not going to win the battle unless we take the fight to Democrats and go to the depths that they are willing to go. And yes, we won't get the same media coverage. We'll be labeled deplorables, insurrectionists, all this other stuff. But you know what? You already know you're outnumbered in the media 8-1 or whatever it is. So yeah, that's what it is. But unless you're willing to do, and I truly don't think Republicans will do this. But if Mary Walter and Nick Kayal were in charge, we're both in agreement here.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one quick thing. The Daily Caller has an interesting piece, and they draw a direct line from Colorado and that decision to the Biden administration. And there's a lot of these lines being drawn. We know that Jack Smith had a surrogate in the White House 4 days before he dropped his first lawsuit against Trump. So the Biden administration knew what was going on. They green-lighted this clearly. Why else were they at the White House, right? Mm-hmm. We know now that the January 6th committee, which is keeping evidence from the House Oversight and other House committees that are investigating January 6th. They destroyed evidence, we know that, but yet they turned evidence over to Fani Willis and Letitia James. So they're coordinating with this lawfare that is happening, this is what they're going to try to do to Trump through the entire cycle, which I think DeSantis is right about that. But there's an organization called CREW, and I'll make this quick. There's an organization called CREW, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. You hear about them all the time. Their president and CEO is a guy named Noah Bookbinder. He is a member of DHS's Homeland Security Advisory Council. That council gives real-time advice to Alejandro Mayorkas. CREW brought the Colorado case against Trump.
Really?
Yes. So there you go. They're in the White House.
And
that's where this is coming from.
And they're giving real-time information to Mr. Mayorkas, who does not apparently utilize that real-time information, especially when it comes to the southern border, because he's derelict in his duties. Very interesting.
And Bookbinder is a former trial attorney for the DOJ's Public Integrity section and former chief counsel for criminal justice for the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Okay.
So connect the dots, people. You got to start fighting the way they are, because they, I'm telling you, I think Ron DeSantis is right. Do not sit back. It's going to be a wild 2024.
855-839-1210. Let's wrap up the conversation with Mike in New Jersey. Mike, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing
I've been thinking about this for a long time. The Democrats are fighting a guerrilla-style warfare against the rest of the country. Republicans are stupid for the simple fact is if you fight like Marcus of Queensberry rules against a guerrilla force, you'll lose.
Yes.
Yes.
You cannot win. And I don't understand the thinking of our hierarchy in the Republican Party, whether it's in the Senate or the House.
Yep.
They're not speaking out.
No, they're not. And they're also, from a party standpoint, from the RNC, led by Ronna McDaniel. So that says a lot and speaks volumes. But here's the thing, Mary, to me, you have to learn from your mistakes. You have to look and say, okay, what did we not do well enough in 2022 to deliver on the predicted red wave? What did we not do well enough this past year? Because if you continue to make the same mistakes over and over again, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results? Like whether that's taking advantage of mail-in ballots like Democrats do, or the list of everything that Republicans need to be better at. You just can't not make those changes, and then when the election comes, you lose, and then you go to Twitter, and then you're tweeting me, and you're crying about it. Like, the blueprint is out there. I'm not saying it's easy to do. I'm not saying beating the Democrats are going to be an easy thing, but you know where you need to get better. Now it's on you to do it, right?
Right. Well, why Donald Trump endorsed and backed Ronna McDaniel is a mystery to me. Now, granted, I think he's crazy smart. He's a great strategist. He's playing 4D chess. I don't understand what he does, So that's why he's a billionaire, and I'm up at 5 a.m. to do this.
Talking to Nick Kayal.
Right? Not that I don't love you. But I'm just saying, so he's far smarter than I. But he endorsed her for whatever reason. I think she's useless. Donald Trump even said, we don't like the rules they put in place. We have to up our ballot harvesting game. If they're going to ballot harvest, we have to ballot harvest. We have to have people on the ground, right? We have to secure drop boxes. These are the things that we have to do. The problem is in the blue states, they're not going to secure their drop boxes. They want people just dropping off buckets and buckets of mail-in ballots at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what they want. Yep. So I don't know how we fight it in the blue states, but you've got people like Scott Pressler on the ground. He's in Pennsylvania right now. Yep. He's in our area right now, and he is out there, and he's got people on the ground registering people to vote for the Republican Party, and he's got boots on the ground. He's doing it on his own, but yet he's tried to talk to Ronna McDaniel. He's tried to coordinate with the RNC, and they don't even return his phone calls.
It's outrageous. I totally agree. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, California set to join the party, so they hope. The details on the other side. But first, I got to tell you about my friends at Wawa, because they have two great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season. And by the way, you're running out of time. I mean, my God, today's the 21st. You only have another 2 or 3 days. Wawa.com, that's one option, and it's very convenient. You can pick one of their festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a message, and then you can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in that person's digital inbox. And you can do it instantly or schedule it to arrive at just the right moment. But if you like to go out and about and you do the hustle and the bustle and the whole holiday shopping thing, go to your local Wawa where you'll find gift cards for the Wawa fan in your life. And for the fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox, you can grab one for your boss or your favorite aunt or uncle and make anybody's season bright in just one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa. It's your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
It's a Hessert holiday at Hessert Chevrolet, and that means it's time to get the best price on a new Chevy this year. Hessert has a huge inventory of new and pre-owned vehicles and will pay top dollar for your trade. Online or in person, shop Philadelphia's most convenient, hassle-free car dealership. Enjoy a Hessert holiday and get to Hessert Chevy today. Online at HessertChevy.com. Chevy, together let's drive.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
See dealer for complete details. Hey, it's the holiday season, and we all know what that means. In addition to presents under the tree, it's time to use those FSA and HSA benefits we've been accruing all year. I'm Dom Giordano, and if your benefits are still available, now's a great time to reach out to my good friend, Dr. Robert Bentz from the Bentz Dental Group to set up your appointment for a consultation. You know how much I admire Dr. Bentz and his quality work, attention to detail, and investment in the overall health of his patients. Dr. Bentz is a board-certified prosthodontist, was recently appointed to the board of the American College of Prosthodontics. So if you're considering dental implants, reconstruction, or any dental or prosthodontic needs, call Bentz Dental Group today to schedule an appointment with Dr. Bentz, and don't let 2023 end without taking advantage of those FSA and HSA benefits. Call or visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call them at 610-272-6949. That's 610-272-6949.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Don Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Dom Giordano noon till 3. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 6:54. It's a Thursday morning. Good to have you in. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stenzelin this morning. Dorenzo in for Greg Stocker. Final show of 2023. I'll be back again starting on Tuesday, January 2nd. And speaking of second, California, yep, they're going to be the second ones. You know, usually it's California, Mary, that leads the way in left-wing insanity. I'm honestly surprised that Colorado beat them to the punch, but California happy to be second in line for a SCOTUS smackdown because that's what's going to happen. Yesterday, California Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, I probably butchered that last name. I think she's Greek, so Athen Koutsarumbis will correct me at 8:45 if I butchered her name. She is calling on the Secretary of State to begin exploring ways to remove Donald Trump from the 2024 state ballot. She says the following: I am prompted by the Colorado Supreme Court's recent ruling that former President Donald Trump is ineligible to appear on the state's ballot as a presidential candidate due to his role in inciting an insurrection in the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. This decision is about honoring the rule of law in our country and protecting the fundamental pillars of our democracy. Mary Walter, California, I think, and you can see the letter. It's on YouTube right now if you want to take a look at it. I think California is going to disgrace themselves more than they already have in the last 10 years or so as that state's gone to hell. But this is, if you remember yesterday, we said Colorado was the first of potentially 36 states that would attempt this. So now we know number 2. And I got to imagine once SCOTUS shoots one down, this really will put the kibosh on the rest of these states attempting this.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Of course, California jumps in, but there are, like, to your point, there are quite a few states that already have cases pending. New Jersey has a case pending, which I think I said yesterday makes no sense to me because New Jersey's so blue.
Yep.
Like, why do you even have to keep them off the ballot? But you know what I found out last night, and this was a question we had yesterday, and I didn't even think this was an issue, but the Colorado ruling has a clause in it, a sentence and whatever, that would prevent you from writing in Trump's name. You can't even write him in.
Oh my God.
In Colorado on the ballot. Now, I did not know that until last night.
Okay.
When I heard that, and I was like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
So they're really, this is why it's so overarching. It's so broad. There are so many problems with it that I can't even imagine that the Supreme Court is going to take that long to weigh in. I think it was Jenna Ellis, who was saying anyway, Kayleigh McEnany was saying that, you may see them weigh in before Christmas.
Wow. That would be very interesting. Because
it would be great.
We're told January 5th is the Colorado primary ballot list deadline, so to speak.
Yes.
And then I think we heard something with January 4th as well. And we know most people don't return to work at least until probably Tuesday, January 2nd. So go figure. There'll be a bombshell that drops during the week of Christmas that I'm out for. That I'll have to wait 7 or 8 days to talk about.
Well, I'll be here tomorrow, so
okay.
Maybe tomorrow.
All right, maybe you'll get a content drop from the gods, so to speak, in the radio business. Nothing like when great content just falls into your lap. Makes our lives a lot easier, does it not?
It is, but it's so frustrating for us, just for the viewers. It's so frustrating for us if you're sitting somewhere. Even I've been in Mexico when things happened during the 2016 election, and my husband's like, "Get off your phone, get off your phone." I'm like,
"No,
but you don't
tweeting.
understand.
Stop your tweeting," as Greg Stocker would say.
Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
Exactly. There he is. All right, 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on the show. Coming up next, we'll kick off hour 2. Anthony's got some news, and then we got to have a conversation about millennials and Gen Zers. Millennials say that they feel abandoned by their parents. And did you know that Gen Z suffers from menu anxiety? Aw, poor demo. We'll get to that as we continue. Hour 2, Kayal and Company, Mary Walter in for Dawn. And we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rich Zeoli.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again Sunday afternoons at 4, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHC. Are you struggling with things like fatigue, body aches, headaches, brain fog? You may be living with Lyme disease. And this may be true even if you have received antibiotics or your Lyme test was negative. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the healthcare team at Innovative Medical Associates have used medical hydration therapy to help hundreds of patients to reduce symptoms often associated with post-Lyme disease syndrome.
I want to get you through your initial challenge, working alongside with my physicians, and then get you to a place where we are looking at maintaining your immune system, maintaining your quality of life.
Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
This Christmas morning, unwrap your holiday favorites commercial-free on B101 from Mariah. Bing. We've got you covered. Listen to B101 commercial-free starting at noon Christmas Eve all through Christmas Day. Want to fill your home with holiday cheer? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, baby. 7:04, hour 2 underway. Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start. Maybe you've already decided to mail it in for 2023 and you've been on vacation since yesterday, or maybe your vacation has started today. Nice work. Today's my last day. We'll be back on January 2nd. All sorts of good shows coming up, though, between now and the new year. Mary Walter, I believe Matt Rooney. We've got Tony Bruno, Harry Mays, Sean Farash, I think Mike Opelka, and others that will be in. So don't worry. Everybody's going to be left in good hands in and around the Christmas and New Year holiday. All right, 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on the show if you would like to join the conversation. We have What's on the Cut Sheet. That is coming up at 7:45 this morning. Athan Kutsarumbis from Real Clear Politics at 8:45. He's got a very good breakdown about the momentum that Donald Trump is gaining in Pennsylvania, and he lays it out very succinctly. So we'll have a little conversation with Athan coming up after the cut sheet at 8:45 this morning. But we will get to these millennial and Gen Z stories on the other side, Mary, one of which you found, and I find it completely fascinating that today's Gen Zer could be triggered over a restaurant menu, yet here we are with these young whippersnappers, and I guess I shouldn't be surprised by anything when it comes to Gen Z. So we'll get to those stories. But first, let's get to the stories of importance in the news. Round number 2, 7:05. We give you Anthony Dorenzo.
Yes, 7:06 a.m. Kayal Company news here live. I'm going to start here nationally. Colorado Supreme Court justices face a flood of threats after disqualifying Trump from the ballot. In 24 hours since the Colorado Supreme Court kicked former President Donald Trump off the state's Republican Party ballot, social media outlets have been flooded with threats against the justices who ruled in the case, according to a report obtained by NBC News. Advanced Democracy, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that conducts public interest research, identified, quote, significant violent rhetoric against the justices and Democrats, often in direct response to Trump's posts and the ruling on his platform, Truth Social. They found that some social media users posted justices' email addresses, phone numbers, and office building addresses.
So what do they call this? This is doxing? Is that the term that people use?
Yeah, and there's a quote here. This ends when we kill these blankers.
Oh.
Yeah, a user from a pro-Trump forum that was used by several rioters. When you call 7 justices from the Colorado Supreme Court, we need to find them at the bottom of the ocean, quote, said another user.
Yeah, very nice. Classy.
Yeah, so, and there, people are even talking about beheading judges. So all of this is being looked at into FBI investigators and staffers for the Senate Intelligence Committee, according to NBC News.
Sometimes it just doesn't pay to hit post, does it? Or hit send.
These people are ridiculous, but remember, we had them outside of Justice Kavanaugh's house, outside Justice Amy Coney Barrett's house, illegally protesting, calling for all sorts of things with them, trying to intimidate them. And if the Supreme Court rules against Colorado, the same thing's going to happen again. And nothing happened to those people. One guy who threatened to kill Kavanaugh, and he was caught on his way trying to get to Kavanaugh's. He is being punished, but nobody else.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, anyone putting stuff like that on social media, you just don't do it.
Exactly.
You wouldn't
I'm not
say
saying what they
face.
And I'm not saying what those people are doing was right. Calling for the beheading of someone absolutely should be punished. I just want everyone punished equally. I want everyone held to the same standard. That's
Absolutely.
I agree with you fully. And moving forward, this actually just came out this morning. The Inquirer breaking down Mayor Kenney as the transition team is in with Kenney administration leaving and Sherrell Parker moving forward here in the city. Quote, this is the headline for the Inquirer article. Pre-K is not universal in Philly, but here's why Mayor Kenney says it's all still his crowning achievement, which he essentially goes on to tout how the soda tax has helped the city immensely, and all of our schools are amazing now and fixed because of the soda tax, which if anyone that lives in the city, you know that's an insane statement, and that the schools aren't fixed, and the soda tax does nothing but line their pockets for cocktail parties. Now I'm getting opinionated, but I don't know. I think that's the real news, I think.
Go right ahead. This is your segment, pal.
Yeah, regardless, you know, people are putting thank you Mayor Kenney signs from preschools and going to his, you know, office acting like he did something, but Is it sufficient? Quote, no, it's never sufficient. Garrett Harley in the office said, we have a lot more young people who would qualify to do more of these programs and to get them into better schools and more charter programs. Which it's funny they mention charters because they continually try to act like they're the problem every time it comes up.
Yeah.
Yep.
It could change with Parker, so we'll see there. But putting a bow on this, I just want to bring back that Elias information. If you didn't hear the big news with the Fairmount rape case, was linked with DNA to a school behind what was this the attack was in Fairmount, and the school was in Mayfair, right behind in Mayfair. So he was living back there for years. And actually, I saw in the YouTube chat, and I looked some of this up, it was kind of like an urban legend.
Really?
That they would say, oh, there's this crazy man with a knife. People didn't know if it was true or not. And this ended up, this man, I mean, literally, I don't know if that's actually 20 years he lived there, but.
Well, Mark Fusetti sent me a text about an hour ago. He says there's a bunch of people living in those woods. It's crazy. That was from Sergeant Mark.
I'm sure the kids in that school knew. They knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to assume.
Yeah. But wrapping up on a more positive note here, the Sixers, Embiid scored 51 on the league's top defense statistically. Maxey and Embiid combined for 86 points. Sixers went home 127 to 113. Eagles this week, Monday, against the Giants. Hopefully they remember how to play football. We'll see if that happens. And weather. It is currently...
Cold.
Yeah, it's currently.
How about that?
It's
Here's your forecast. It's cold.
It's
and
45
it's
degrees, a low of 39, a high of 51. But it's been pretty windy. It says right now winds are at 6 miles per hour. So that is your news here. 7:11 a.m. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, thank you very much, Dorenzo. So let's get to millennials and Gen Zers, shall we? Now, Mary Walter, technically, I qualify as a millennial. I missed the Gen X kind of cutoff, I think by about 2 or 3 years. But I've told Greg Stocker many times, who I think just made the cutoff as a Gen Xer, that I, for years, have identified more as a Gen Xer. You know what? I figure if men can try to identify as female, then a millennial can identify as a Gen Xer. If we're going to live in fantasy world.
Nick is a millennial, just so everyone knows.
Yes, I am technically a millennial, but I don't identify with them in any way, any shape, any form. I feel like I was born in 84, but I feel like I was born in either 80 or 81 when the Gen Xers officially came to an end. But millennials now claiming that they feel abandoned by their parents because they are not available to help raise your grandkids. This is such a weaselly, weak-minded stance to have. Fox News, some millennials say that their parents have abandoned them by all right, let me reposition this because Fox wrote it a little bit differently. Some millennial parents say they feel abandoned by their baby boomer parents who have chosen to travel in their retirement rather than stay home and help raise their grandchildren.
Right.
A Los Angeles-based psychologist and millennial mother, Leslie Dobson, explained many of her millennial clients develop resentment towards their parents because they feel like their parents have chosen their life over meeting their grandchildren and building those relationships. This is such an absurd belief to have. If your parents are well off, they're retired, they have a great retirement, and they want to go and travel and live life once they're retired at, I don't know, let's say 63, 65, 68 years old, whatever it might be, I don't understand why you, as a millennial parent, would be all bent out of shape. Now, if they totally pull a Hunter Biden and don't acknowledge their granddaughter, I got that. Trust me, I understand that. But, like, you don't need to be around your grandchildren every single day. I think a lot of the grandparents that are probably don't have the means to go travel and live a life in retirement that is somewhat lavish or check off bucket list items. Millennials have got to stop acting like, I need my mommy and daddy to help raise little Joey. Give me a break with this.
Yeah, but, you know, and I hate to, I'm not going to generalize every generation because I think that that's not fair. But I think what has happened is that the boomers, like the younger boomers,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like the ones who don't really identify with the older boomers, right? They have really nothing in common with them. So I think like the younger boomers said, oh, I'm not going to raise my kids the way my parents raised me, with, good hardcore American values. And you have, how you have a work ethic as a young kid, and you have chores and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So they raised a generation in general where the kids didn't have chores. They wanted their kids to enjoy their childhood. They didn't want their kids to have a rough life. They wanted to enjoy being kids. So they paved the way, the helicopter parents, and they made sure that their kids didn't have any kind of adversity, etc. And they were extraordinarily close to their kids, right? I think the generation that raised them were told by their parents, I'm not your friend. You have your own friend. I'm your parents. I'm going to kick your butt.
Right.
So they became their kids' friends. Now that they are grandparents, their kids are like, well, wait a minute. You did everything for me. What do you mean you're not going to do this too?
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
Yeah.
And there are a lot of, I know people who aren't moving out of like high price New Jersey because they want to be close to the grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's so foreign. Like, I saw our grandparents, each set lived about an hour away from us. We saw them on birthdays, maybe.
Yeah.
Christmas, depending, because you can only go one side or the other.
Right.
With Thanksgiving, my parents went away for 1 week by themselves out of the year without the children. They went on their own vacation.
Right.
And my mother's parents would come and stay with us for that week. That's the most we ever saw them. They didn't come to ball games. They didn't, but a lot of these people, their lives revolve around their grandparents. And so maybe they have envy that their parents don't revolve their lives around their kids. I don't know. But it's kind of weird.
It is. And obviously it depends on every single circumstance of every different family. Like my parents, when my parents got divorced, I was 9 years old. And my mom, I was around my grandmother, her mother, a lot, because my mom had a 9-to-5 job. So my grandmother, as my dad was working, my grandmother would get us off the bus at school, and we go to our grandmother's house from 3:30 until 5:30 until my mom got out of work, make sure we get our homework done, have dinner, and then she'd ship us back off to my mom once she got out of work. I mean, but the reality is, like, my grandparents were not wealthy, so they were always around. They weren't taking vacations, and they didn't relocate in retirement. Whereas with me, it's going to be the complete opposite. I'm going to tell my daughters, I might even have this conversation this weekend. As little 9-year-old girls, Olivia and me, I'm going to say, hey, when Daddy retires at 63 and relocates to Florida, I'll see you 4 times a year. If you think I'm helping you raise your kid and pay your bills, you're sadly mistaken. And the reason I bring that up is because there's 2 studies. One is a recent study by the University of Cambridge, as they found that millennials were more likely to have debt and less likely to own a home by age 35. However, middle-class millennials in the study had accumulated substantially more wealth than their boomer counterparts had by their mid-30s. Yet a Fortune poll from earlier this year found that 35% of millennials in the United States still rely on their parents to help pay their bills. Yeah. That is the thing that really, I think, is at the driving root of this. Is it's not so much that grandma and grandpa aren't around to help watch little Joey as he watches the Disney Junior channel. Is I need my parents and her grandparents to foot some of the bills. That's the thing.
I don't think people should rely on their parents, but at the same time, things are so expensive now, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but if, say, you're in a med program and now you're finally getting a job, how much debt you have, and living on your own, and every expense, XYZ, all these things, even housing now. Like, we are in a housing crisis and nobody talks about it. There's no, you can't really find an affordable place under $2,000, like one bedroom. So, like, and I'm not trying to make excuses for people because I'm in this exact situation. It's not easy.
Right.
But I think,
and
all these generation. Well, yeah, I work in radio, but but all these. I think the thing is, people don't realize the cost of things was so much less when they came up, and it's not like we do need to make better decisions. I'm not saying we don't, but at the same time, like, what we have right now is not sustainable. So I think that's why we're seeing all of these things and the trickle down.
You brought up an interesting example. I get it if you're like a med student, right? And you're at medical school, you're 26, you're 27, and maybe your parents say, hey, I've got some extra funds. I can help you out.
Yeah.
I'll handle your car insurance or something like that. Or, I get that. But if you're graduated from college, you're not going to medical school or law school, and you have a 9-to-5 and you have a full-time job, and you're 30 years old and you're John Fetterman living at home in mommy's basement still. Like, dude, it's time to cut the cord.
Well, we need to stop keeping up with the Joneses unless people need to go to college and like just get experience and get into their field and start working. That's what we need to do.
Yeah.
Because until college changes and becomes worth it again for a lot of industries and careers, then that's how I really feel about it.
May I weigh in just for a hot second here?
Absolutely, Mary Walter. You
Okay,
go right ahead, lady.
so I married a med student, okay?
Did you?
Yes, he was in medical school. And do you know, for our first year of marriage, I moved in with him and his roommates.
Okay.
Okay. I would say for the most of our lives, each one has had more than one job.
Mm-hmm.
At one point in the beginning of our marriage, we had 5 jobs between the two of us. But I see now kids get out of college and they expect a CEO pay. The idea of having a roommate never occurred to them, ever.
Right.
I had roommates when I got out of college because I couldn't pay the bills, so I had to have roommates. All the women who are crying in the front seat of their expensive car about how they can't afford anything have $80 manicures. They've all got tattoos that they pay for. They're all ordering out and having it delivered because they can't even get in the car to go drive and pick it up.
Right. Well,
so they're all Grubhub and DoorDash and everything else, and the delivery fees on that are expensive.
It's ridiculous.
When they do have kids, their kids don't wear hand-me-downs. That's not a thing. Oh my God, those clothes are dirty. They have to be new. So they don't do that. They don't, there's no corner cutting.
Yep.
They think that they should live the way that they lived when they were under mommy and daddy's roof. And this idea of actually struggling, oh my God, you have to struggle? I'm so sorry for you.
Well, it's the entitlement era. They believe that they just should be gifted these things.
Well, I think
we bought our first home. I was 39 years old when we bought our first home.
Wow.
I think
We
that's society
rented
now.
until then.
Yep.
Society,
Sorry,
everyone.
Anthony.
No, you're good. Everyone's I think everyone finds that like, oh, life should be easier for me. I've earned it. I've deserved it. I think that's what we're all getting. And
Just because
that's
you
the
graduated college doesn't mean you just walk out of academia and get handed a 6-figure job. I'll never forget when I graduated college in 2006. I got offered my first radio job. I'll never forget this. I had an interview. It was a little AM sports station in the Lehigh Valley. And leading up to the interview for about 10 days, I kept saying to myself, all right, what's he going to offer me? Maybe $30,000, $28,000. Can I get $20 an hour? He offered me $6.50 an hour part-time. Mary, I swear to God, I almost fell out of the chair. I said, could you say that again, sir?
Yep.
Yeah, $6.50 an hour. I said, $6.50 an hour, not $650 an hour, $6.50. He said, yes. I said, how many hours? He goes, I can give you about 15 to 20 hours a week. It's like, okay, college paid off for Nick Kayal.
There you go. And yet you took it.
And yet I took it. And
There
I
you
worked
go.
my keister
See?
off. There you go.
All about choices.
That's right. That's what a grown-up is about. All right, 855-839-1210 is the number. Coming up next, we're going to look back on 2023. Who was the biggest loser of the year? We've got candidates to discuss. It's Kayal and Company, Mary in for Dawn, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Did you know the Philadelphia Eagles dentist is in your backyard? Starting their 3rd season with the Birds. Advanced Oral Dynamics, located on Moravian Avenue. is the official dentist for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they would love to care for you. The all-pro team of doctors D and Patel provide advanced and compassionate care and are in-network with most major insurances. No insurance? No problem. They can help with their in-house care plan that will provide affordable care and keep you smiling like our birds. Go to oraldynamics.com to schedule today.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of year with Christmas in the Air, a first-class Broadway-style spectacular that's festive fun for the whole family. This snow globe come to life dazzles with a cast of high-kicking Rockette-style dancers performing alongside magical holiday characters. November 24th through December 24th at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put their clients and the communities they serve at the center of everything they do. Their local leadership teams provide us with the knowledge we need to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. They're proud to be a part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey community. See how PNC can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group Incorporated, all rights reserved.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you. Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living a normal life again. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the nation, people who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, but were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. QC Kinetics. Call them today, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 999-3000.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
Dom Giordano.
Let's go to Representative Eamon Brown on Talk Radio 1210. My producer here, Dan. He wants to know the most important thing. Where did you vote on the Taylor Swift recognition vote?
I voted for it because Taylor Swift, she ain't writing no song about me. I was like, I better vote for this because she's going to be like, all right, you know they're going to point me out. The one black man from West Philly is anti-Taylor Swift. And all her Swifties are not going to vote for her.
Downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, great to have all of you in here on a Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, in for Dawn Stensland, 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet? Well, you're going to find out in just about 17 minutes, as that is coming up at 7:45. A couple of things to discuss before we get there. I was thinking about this yesterday, Mary, and, we talk about a lot of different things on this show, ranging from the President of the United States all the way down to culture wars, school choice, all of these woke corporations. We really span the gamut here on Kayal and Company in mornings. And there's been a lot of businesses, companies, media outlets, institutions that probably will look back on 2023 and say, you know what? I can't wait to roll the calendar over to a new year. And we just threw up this poll question on Twitter at 1210WPHT. I believe it is also in the YouTube chat as well, and you can vote on this. Who is the biggest loser of 2023? We threw up 4 options, and maybe there are others out there as well that you would like to nominate. Feel free to reply, get in the mentions, have your voice heard. I thought of Bud Light. I thought of Harvard. I thought of Deadspin. I thought of Disney. I think you could probably throw in CNN as well, although CNN seems to have a bad year every single year. So maybe that's not an easy choice for this year. But if I were to throw that question out to you, what would you say your answer is for the biggest loser when you think back of all the poor decisions and the poor press?
So I'm not familiar with Deadspin, so that's off the table. Okay. So there's that.
Do you want me to quickly fill you in?
I looked it up. It's a sports thing.
Yes, it was the kid, the Chiefs fan, that wore a headdress and painted his face, and then the left-wing sports media said he was wearing blackface.
Okay.
Yeah, and they called him a racist.
Yeah, out of those 4, it had to be Bud Light.
I agree.
It has to be Bud Light. They're never going to recover because people went to other beers and they found them and they liked them, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that they're never going to recover from that. So it's got to be Bud Light. Disney, parents are always going to buy their daughters the Disney princesses, and they're always going to take their kids to Disney. Whereas, again, going back to our last conversation, my parents just looked at me and said, no.
Yeah.
But they're still going to buy their kids everything Disney. So they're going to recover. And what was the other one?
You could throw in Harvard, who's made a really strong push since October 7th.
Yeah, their endowment's so huge. It's a blip for them.
The thing with Harvard, and I agree with you, by the way, it's Bud Light. I've said it's the single worst marketing disaster in the history of American advertising. I can never recall anything that was met with such blowback, pushback, and resistance. And to your point, they've yet to recover. I don't believe they will. Yeah, you can point out other companies within their umbrella that have done well in spite of Bud tanking. But Harvard, we just talked about this 2 or 3 days ago. The early admission rate is down 17%. Yeah. We've seen some of these millionaire and billionaire big donors decide to no longer fund Harvard. And I think it was Penn and Harvard since 2018 have received about $3.5 billion in federal funding. I think if you really want change at Harvard and to kind of hit them with the death blow, so to speak, yeah, early enrollment, yeah, donors. If the federal government would stop funding them, you would get policy change at these Ivy League elites.
Yeah, they don't need the money, right? No. The left is always telling me what I need, right? Oh, we should means test Social Security. Oh, hell no, I've paid into that my whole life. I'm getting mine now, right?
Yep.
Like, I understand how those seniors feel, right? Yep. The closer you get to it, the more you're like, no, I'm getting mine.
I'm almost there.
I right, exactly. And I don't think it's going to be there, honestly. But, they're like, well, if you're making so much, you don't need Social Security. Screw you, shut up. Mm-hmm. Right? Yep. Harvard, though, let's apply that to Harvard. They have I think they have their endowment's over $1 billion, right?
It's off the charts.
Right. So they don't need my taxpayer money. Let's apply that rule to Harvard and some of these other Ivies as well. Yeah. I have no problem with that, but I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think Bud Light. I think Bud Light's the runaway winner. I think Harvard probably a distant second. And the Disney thing is interesting because yes, people will go to Disney and they will buy buy the traditional Disney stuff like you mentioned for little girls. But where Disney has completely whiffed, and I think a lot of this has to do with kind of the battle that Disney is having in the state of Florida with Ron DeSantis and that whole story, but also everything that Disney is doing with their movies lately, with their reboots, the woke reindoctrination where they're taking timeless classics and changing the characters for the sake of diversity, equity, and inclusion. You look at all of these like weekend releases and these Hollywood box office numbers that come in. Everything that Disney touches, even if it has the slightest element of left-wing ideology to it, it bombs.
Yeah.
Yet if they stay away from it and they just keep it simple and make it wholesome family entertainment, the kind of stuff that you grew up on and I grew up on, that people have been growing up on for 70, 80, 90 years, it's amazing. It still sells and it still works. It's like, why do they try to outthink themselves with this, left-wing push? Because America doesn't buy into it.
No, but see, it's a religion, and the generation coming up that's now going into all of these companies, they're forcing their religion on the company, and the people who are running it don't know how to deal with them. Yep. They don't want to come to work. They're just totally changing the culture of work. Some ways for the better, but a lot of ways for the worse. And instead of pushing back and saying, "Hey, it's my company. These are the rules," they're not doing that. So. Who had to learn? Bud Light had to learn the hard way, right? And Disney's going to learn the hard way.
Yep.
And they're going to slowly start to have adults in charge again.
Yes, they are. 855-839-1210 if you would like to join in on the conversation. Interesting, yesterday we were having our Joe Biden southern border conversation, and you mentioned the word census. Well, we've got some census data that has come out when it comes to Americans migrating and moving and leaving one city or one state for greener pastures, so to speak. And I thought this was very fascinating, and it's very simple to understand. The top, let's see here. Let me give you the top 25 states in the United States had a net positive migration between April 1st, 2020, so pretty much at the onset of the pandemic, through July 1st this past summer of 2023. From West Virginia, the 25th ranked state, they saw an increase of 6,000 residents over about 3 years, all the way up to Florida at number 1. You can see the graphic. It's on YouTube if you're watching the show. Florida was number 1. In about 3.5 years, they gained 818,762 residents. Florida was number 1, Texas number 2, North and South Carolina 3 and 4, Arizona 5, Tennessee 6, Georgia 7, Alabama 9, Oklahoma 10, on down the list. Now, the states that lost the most amount of people, the great state of California lost almost 1.2 million residents in 3 years, followed by New York at just under 900,000 residents. New Jersey came in at 48th. They were a negative 153,000 net result. And our great state of Pennsylvania came in 41st as we lost just about 40,500 people. Mary Walter, you're a very, very bright individual. The top 7, 8 states that gained and the top 9 or 10 that lost, do you notice anything about those states?
You wouldn't happen to be talking about the color of them, would you?
Yes, I think you're picking up on my gist.
Although I don't know if Louisiana, which is number 46, I don't know if Louisiana is a blue state.
No, it is red, I believe.
Yeah. Maybe that's because it's Louisiana.
Yeah, that could be it. Senator Kennedy's great state. I love
it.
John Kennedy.
My favorite senator, I love him. I love him.
So
My favorite senator used to be Louis Gohmert, but now since he's gone, it's John Kennedy. I adore that man. He's hilarious.
Yep. So I'm looking at all of this, and it's not just the weather. It's, well, people say everybody's always relocated to Florida. Yeah, that's true. But you look at all of these states, you have lower taxes, you have Republican governors, red states, more freedom, smaller government. You don't have to deal with the left-wing lunacy. There's not as many restrictions. I lived in Tennessee from 2018 until August of 2022. I worked in Nashville for about 2.5 years down there. Then I got hired by Odyssey as I was living still in Tennessee, working and doing radio remotely for Odyssey in Atlanta. So I had many aspirations and goals if they ever offered me full-time work before this opportunity came, that I was going to move from Nashville to the outskirts of Atlanta and live in the suburbs in a red area outside of the city of Atlanta itself. I'm the only guy. I mean, you look at the trends. People are fleeing Pennsylvania for Tennessee. I'm the reverse. I left Tennessee to come back to the hellhole that is Pennsylvania and the city of Philadelphia. You know who I feel like, Mary? I feel like Jeff Goldblum in Independence Day, that great blockbuster movie from 1996. Everybody was fleeing Washington, D.C. because the space shuttle was about to blow up the White House, and Goldblum and his dad are the only ones driving into Washington, D.C., and he's like, I feel like a real schmuck. That's how I feel. I'm the only guy that left a red state to come back to a blue state.
Well, on the upside, as people move out of these states, real estate prices go down.
That's very true. That is very true.
So, you could be living out on the main line.
Yeah. I just thought this was main line. That will never happen. By the way, Villanova grad, I believe, Mary Walter on the show.
Yes. Are you going to do an apology now?
No, there's nothing to apologize about. You got a great education.
Okay.
Are you still paying? Are you still paying your student debt back, by the way?
Nope. Did it. 10 years.
Ah, so you're not like one of these leeches that tried to reach out to Joe Biden and said, hey, pay my debt?
No, my parents looked at me and they said, when I graduated, you can have the summer off, but come September, you better have a job because I'm not paying. You have 1 year to pay it before you have to start paying off your student loan.
There you go.
And my father's like, I'm not paying it.
Yep. It's good parenting. I like it. All right.
So, yeah. So can I just say one thing? I do notice, though, you moved to Pennsylvania. I have friends who moved out of New Jersey. They went down to near Atlanta, the suburbs there for a job.
Okay.
Was there for like 2 years, and he wound up, the company folded, and he wasn't gonna leave. Tried to move back to New Jersey. Can't afford the real estate prices.
Oh, totally believable. Well,
once you leave, you cannot move back. Because
what area outside of Atlanta? You remember the suburb?
Woodstock.
Woodstock.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's I think just off of what, Route 85 or Route 75, I believe.
I don't know.
All right. Yeah, it's a nice little area. All right. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, what's on the cut sheet? But right now, what's the deal with the Piazza Auto Group? Well, they've got some great offers for you right now. And if you are in the market for a luxury vehicle, can I entice you to sample Land Rover, perhaps? Because Land Rover is more than a luxury vehicle. It's the perfect gift for that special someone this holiday season. And with 3 exclusive brands, each with a distinct character of their own. Range Rover, the Defender, which I sampled myself, and Discovery. There's a vehicle made to suit every unique lifestyle. And now through January 2nd, which is a Tuesday, you can take advantage of financing as low as 3.9% for up to 60 months on the new Evoque, the Velar, the Defender models at any of the 4 Piazza premium Land Rover dealerships. Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, and Wilmington. Visit the location near you to experience the Land Rover difference. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
It's the Saturday Night Free-for-All. Starting at 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is live and local with Michael Pelka from 7 to 10 p.m.
Idiots are everywhere. You can't swing a cat without hitting an idiot these days. And I'm not endorsing cat swinging.
And Jimmy Fallon, 10 to midnight.
We have a White House where someone is capable of getting anthrax inside and wouldn't be capable of finding out who committed the crime.
The Saturday Night Free-for-All. Listen this weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434.
This is Mark Luca, president of Aqua, Pennsylvania. Did you know drinking tap water will save money and keep 38 billion plastic bottles out of landfills each year? Plus, our water meets tougher safety requirements than bottled. Ditch the plastic and put money back into your wallet. Keep a pitcher of tap water in your refrigerator or fill a reusable bottle if you're on the go. Aqua, an essential utilities company providing clean, safe, reliable water so you can trust what's in your glass. Learn more at aquawater.com. That's aquawater.com.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
See Hassan Minaj, January 26th and 27th, Kimmel Cultural Campus. Plus, check out Foreigner and Styx, July 28th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Plus, see Chicago and Earth, Wind & Fire, July 31st at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion.
Don't forget, Hassan Minaj, Foreigner and Styx, Chicago and Earth, Wind & Fire. For tickets and info, go to livenation.com.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
You can dissect this team. Find fault right now with every aspect except special teams who really have been faultless. And it's fair game for fans to be critical and pick them apart because that comes with the passion you've always felt for your beloved Birds. But down at One Novacare Way, this team has to stick together, avoid finger pointing, and work even harder to turn things around and get back on track. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Drive in with Kayal & Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal & Company, 746 live here on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, Nick Kale, Mary Walter, Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist. Good to have you guys in. Final show for me for 2023. Myself, Dawn, Greg, the whole squad will be back on Tuesday, January 2nd. 1 hour from now, Athan Koutsarumbis, my buddy from Real Clear Politics. Some very good data on the momentum that Donald Trump is gaining in Pennsylvania. We'll ask him if it's real because it looks like it is a historic first for Donald Trump. So that coming up in just about 1 hour. But it is time. It is actually 1 minute overdue. But Stalker's not here, so who cares? 746, Anthony Dorenzo. Let's get to a Thursday installment, the last edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2.
Oh, see? I didn't even hit the right button. It's
What do
not
you mean?
part 2. It's part 1.
Yeah, by the way, so should we replace you today with artificial intelligence?
Yeah,
would
I
we
think
be better
so.
off?
Yeah, you probably would be.
What do you think?
There
Mary?
you go.
What do you
There
think, Mary?
you go.
I don't know that I could deal with an artificially created Dorenzo. I like the natural Dorenzo delay personally.
Well, thank you. I
You're
appreciate it. It gives you that human element.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I wanted to start here. This is actually one we had yesterday, but I never got to. This will be cut 7, Phil. Obviously, we've been talking about Tucker and Trump and Vivek a lot since yesterday.
Yeah.
And Vivek specifically with his big announcement after the Trump trial there in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
But Tucker broke down why he likes Vivek as Trump's VP here. This will be cut 7. Phil, go.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of like Vivek. I think he's one of those people who everyone beats up on Vivek for being he's a phony and all this stuff. I don't know. I've covered a lot of campaigns going back to 1992, and I've noticed this thing in many candidates, and I notice it in him. The process of running for president and speaking 3 times a day and having people throw hostile questions in your face causes you to change. They all change during these campaigns, like for real, inside. And I feel like Vivek's positions have gotten much more sincere since the beginning of this. Like I watch him with Nikki Haley, and I'm like, this is a guy who's very offended by her views, like for real. He's not attacking her because she's a woman. He's attacking her because he actually thinks her views are terrible for the country he lives in. And I love that.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's interesting. I've said this many times about Vivek. I like him. I like him a lot. But I'm always leery of the person that comes off a little too good to be true. I don't know if that just says something about my past, and maybe I've been burned by people that are snake oil salesmen and used car salesmen, but he's got all the talking points. He's very measured. He's very calculated. But I do sense an element, Mary, of phoniness. I've even said at times he kind of reminds me of a GOP version of Obama. I think he's been kind of accused at times of plagiarizing a little bit of Obama. So there's a lot I like about him, but I do believe there's a slight bit of disingenuousness to him, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I get it. But they're politicians.
Exactly.
So I just kind of like, they're politicians. You know, it's a certain personality to be a politician. I don't like him as Trump's VP. You can't have 2 Trumps.
I agree, and I'm not saying he should be the VP selection. I'm just thinking about, I will say this, and this is credit to Vivek. If you were to sit here and say, all right, let's remove Trump, and let's look at these 4 candidates, who's made the biggest impact? Like, if they were a stock, who did you buy low on that you would now sell high on? Vivek has been far more impressive as an ascending stock than DeSantis has been.
And he also does very well with young people in the polls, under 40 crowd.
Yep.
He does very well. Trump needs a VP that knows the swamp, who will have his back, like a Mike Flynn. Like, after what they did to Mike Flynn, I would love for Donald Trump to take Mike Flynn. However, I cannot imagine General Flynn wants to go anywhere near Washington, D.C. anytime again, which means they were successful in what they did.
Yeah. Do you have a front runner? I mean, if it was up to you, whether it's your personal choice or who you think makes the absolute most sense, is it a guy like that you just mentioned in Flynn, or is there somebody else that comes to mind?
No. It would be someone like Flynn. Trump needs an outsider because Trump was very naive when he went to Washington, D.C. We didn't know how deep the swamp was. I mean, at every level. He needs to go in now and clean house, fire everybody. Mm-hmm. Everybody he can fire needs to be fired, and he needs to put new people in place.
Yep.
He trusted people to do their jobs, regardless of whether they were Democrat or Republican, and that's not how it operates. So he needs someone who knows the ins and outs of Washington, D.C., and that Mike Pence wasn't that guy.
Yep.
He needs someone. He needs kind of like a good consigliere.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay.
Yeah, and to that, I'll play this. This is a quick hit. This will be cut 9, Phil. But DeSantis was then pressed. I know we played some of what his initial statement was earlier in the Big Take, but he was then pressed by NBC News after his initial comments. And I don't know. Let me know what you guys think of this, because I feel like he just seems a little disingenuous to me. This is cut 9, Phil, go.
I expect that to be reversed by the U.S. Supreme Court. I think the precedent that a court could just take somebody off the ballot without even any type of criminal conviction or anything like that, I think that is not the way the law is intended to be enforced.
So there's a couple of things here with DeSantis, and this applies to everybody else as well, even though I feel like DeSantis, Vivek, and even Christie had something more interesting to say than Nikki did about this whole Colorado situation, although she did provide her comment, although I don't think she did it via Twitter. I think we
could get to that next. I have
Yeah,
it, so,
Mary,
yeah.
I know you read the quote yesterday. This is one of these things where I think 2 things can be true. Yes, you absolutely, as a Republican primary challenger, I use challenger loosely because these people are all wasting their time. It's going to be Trump in a landslide. 2 things can be true. You have to obviously come out and say the obvious statement. This is wrong. This is third world banana republic stuff. But, with DeSantis, going back to his decision to run, we looked at it from the standpoint of you're kind of a very popular hot item right now. Your star's burning bright. You have to cash in on it. Like, now's the time to go. And there were some people that said he should go because you don't want to make the mistake Chris Christie did. Chris Christie did not jump when he should have, and he never recovered. And then there's the other people that say, well, you're being disloyal to Donald Trump. That's such an odd statement. I've never agreed with that because this is, and look, yes, Trump helped DeSantis, no doubt about it, to get reelected, and he was struggling in Florida in 2018, whatever. I get that. But this is politics. This is dog eat dog. This is like not for the faint of heart. You can't sit there as a politician looking at your career, your goals, your family, this, that, and the other thing, and say, I really don't want to make the other person feel like I stabbed him in the back. That's what politics is about. I've never understood he wasn't loyal to Trump. There ain't no loyalty in politics.
Yeah, but the party needs to find a way to come together more than they do now. And I just think they don't necessarily have an identity, and all of them do what they think they have to do in that moment, either because of their donors or because they're scared of what Trump voters will think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Donald Trump thinks that Ron DeSantis stabbed him in the back by running. I think Trump expected Ron DeSantis to run, and Trump loves the fight. He loves the battle. Trump is that guy, and it's a fine art. It's like when you go on a radio show or television show with someone and you're the conservative commentator and you're up against the liberal guy, and the two of you go at it on camera, but afterwards you can go have a beer afterwards. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with politics. Trump calls them names and this and that and everything else, and then they're fine. People who don't have the ability to do that don't get it.
But Trump's a big proponent for loyalty. He doesn't like that are not loyal. So do you think at the end of the day, and he probably should because he's beating him by 35, 45 points, do you think that Trump will be cordial with DeSantis when this is all over, or will he hold a grudge?
No, I think he'll be cordial.
I would like to think so.
Yeah.
But again, I just look at it from the standpoint of you can't not make a decision based on somebody's potential feelings and reaction to your decision, right?
Well, I think that has to come in, not in politics, no, although that is part of the calculation, right?
Yeah.
That's part of the calculation. And Donald Trump is a master negotiator, and he just loves the game.
Yeah. The art
and
of the
so
deal.
I don't think he takes it personally at all. And if he thinks that Ron DeSantis would be a good person to have, would be loyal and be by his side, he's going to be in the cabinet.
Yeah, it's a good point. All
well,
right.
I know you mentioned Nikki Haley. I have some of her statements here on the entire Trump thing. She pretty much expands on how she doesn't think it needs to go down this path. This will be cut 10 here, Phil. Go.
We'll beat him fair and square. We don't need to have judges making these decisions. We need voters to make these decisions.
I don't think she'll ever beat anyone fair and square.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's just where I'm at. But I know that was a little brief, but she kind of went on to just
Maybe we can tighten that clip up, make it a little shorter next time, so I can get back to content. So Nikki says a whole bunch of nothing there, but I love how these candidates are positioning like this. I want to beat him fair and square. I'm gonna beat him fair and square. I don't want Colorado or California to step in. I get it. You have to say that, but let's be honest. These candidates they're not beating Donald Trump. The only question now is, who's the first to drop out? Who's the second? And when do we get our final head-to-head? Which, if I had to handicap it right now, I think it's actually going to be Nikki Haley Trump, the last two standing. I think it'll be Christie should drop out first, followed by DeSantis, and then actually, you know what? I take that back. Christie first, Ramaswamy second, DeSantis third, and that sets the stage for Trump to obliterate Nikki Haley. Just the way I would handicap.
I think Christie drops out, then DeSantis, then Ramaswamy.
Boy, who would have, if I would have said in 2023, back in April, before DeSantis' disastrous Twitter Spaces launch, that DeSantis would drop out before Vivek Ramaswamy, you would have been like, dude, that's an upset, and you don't believe what you just said. Yet here it is. It might play out that way, Mary.
Yeah, well, Ramaswamy's got the money.
He does.
Well, I want to trigger you a little bit here. So this will be the libs of TikTok.
Okay.
So we always get into
Love
that
libs.
every day.
The home of mental health breakdowns on TikTok.
This will be cut 4, Phil. This is someone, they pretty much break down how they hope Republicans will get diabetes. It's essentially.
She's got blue hair. I love this.
This is the gist of it.
Jesus.
This is cut 4, Phil. Here, go.
Good afternoon. If you're a Republican voter...
All right, pause it. Let's pause video, pause audio. Pause both of it. No, keep the video up. Keep the video up. Pause it, but keep it up. Look at her hair. It actually matches the backdrop of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the blue color that we use for our station logo.
It does.
So,
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right.
she's color coordinating here.
Oh, that's hilarious.
All right, let's continue.
I sincerely hope that someone who you can't live without, who your life would fall apart if that person disappeared off the face of the earth. If you're a Republican voter, if you are a die-hard GOP voter, I sincerely hope the person you love most gets a surprise attack of diabetes.
What?
I hope it comes out of nowhere. I hope it slaps you upside the head so fast and so hard that it leaves you traumatized. Diabetes. If you had any idea how hard it is to get diabetes medicine on time in the dosage you need, you have no idea what it's like. So for all of you Republican voters, I sincerely hope this Christmas season, my gift to you is a case of diabetes to the person you love most that comes out of nowhere. I hope one of you loses a limb to diabetes, because then you're going to understand just how inhumane your own citizen voting record really is, okay? That's who you are. Diabetes. I wish this upon Republican voters. I want you to learn firsthand just how bad you have made it for everybody else. You're going to, I wish this on you. I sincerely hope you
Right?
get it.
Yeah, we get it. Yeah.
I hope it's the person you love the most.
Okay, I can speak directly to this. This is remarkable. My dad had diabetes. My dad actually had to have part of his foot amputated from diabetes.
Oh.
So that I can attest to and speak to all of this very well. But that right there, folks, is a complete mental health breakdown.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be like me coming on here and saying, I hope a loved one, for all of you Democratic voters out there, that one of your loved ones gets a bad case of diarrhea this holiday season or a bad case of shingles.
It sounds like a joke. But
Yeah,
she's not joking.
no,
You can tell she's not.
I
But
think the FBI should knock on her door. I think that she seems like a major threat to society. The blue hair, no nose ring, but it's always the blue hair with the really awkward eyeglasses. Like
Yes.
the glasses are also a big indicator.
I'll dye my hair blue. Maybe I would look like her.
Yeah, you actually might.
When I was living in DC, I wanted to start a web page and take pictures of these people, and you had to guess whether they were an aging hippie or homeless.
Right.
Because they seem to freeze somewhere, like maybe somebody told them a look like 1968 and they looked good, and so they just kept that look the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing they do now, the women do, and the men do it too, is they dye their hair these weird Kool-Aid colors.
Yeah.
Which was trendy at one point in time and was actually kind of cool looking, you know, like a fade or something like that, you know, where it goes, you know, darker to light. It was actually nice. They've ruined it now because it's like sighting peacocks in the wild. You know where they are by their beautiful plumage. So this is how I know if I see this person on the sidewalk, I'm not making eye contact because they're going to yell at me about something.
Yeah.
Because they're just angry, horrible people. But the irony of this whole thing is Donald Trump put in a cap for insulin costs.
Mm-hmm.
He capped the cost of insulin. Joe Biden came in and stayed that order because it was an executive order.
Right.
So when Joe Biden had that big stack, Joe Biden, he didn't revoke it totally, but he froze it.
Mm-hmm.
Then Joe Biden signed the same thing with a cap on insulin and took credit for it. So how is this Republican voter's fault that she's got the sugar and she can't get it fixed?
That's very good point.
Well, and that's another thing with all that. I feel like people don't really understand the reason that big pharma is an issue and all these things are issues is because the government got involved. If it was an open market, free market, they had to play to people who like could afford it. This all now doctors think they all deserve gold bars, which I'm not saying they don't, but
that's only Bob Menendez gets gold bars.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
The other thing too, on a serious note, actually it's not a serious note, but this is what I do. The blue hair, I've never liked it. Here's my rule as a man as to what I find attractive from females. If females have darker hair and they lighten it up for the summertime season, streaks of blonde, I think it's a good look. If you have lighter hair and you darken it for the fall or the winter, I think it's a good look. Purple hair, I'm out. Pink hair, I'm out. Blue hair, I'm out. I don't need the Crayola 64 crayon colors in your hair. And that's just my rule of thumb as far as to what I find attractive. You do what you want as a female. I'm just telling you, it's not appealing to me.
But is that just because of the color of the hair, or is it because you understand the underlying mental illness that comes with it?
Yes. Well, I think it's both, but it's
a package.
Yeah, it's a package, but it is a trigger warning. I see that, and I just automatically assume that person has been on TikTok within the last 12 hours.
And if they're always in the front seat of their car complaining, what is that about?
Why do you feel the need to pontificate while you're in the car?
Yes.
People make content 24/7 now, and coming from people like us who do that, also, like I can't. I just can't imagine.
I have never made a video from the front seat of my car ever.
Well, you know what it is. I think being in an automobile, being in traffic, is a trigger. So that's where these outbursts come from because they're either stuck in traffic and they're mad, or they're sitting in their car in their driveway or their parking lot or whatever, and they're going to a job that they dread and they knowingly hate. So that's where the rage starts to build, and that's when you start wishing death and diabetes upon Republican voters.
Yes. Well, and I know we brought this up earlier. I want to get to this quickly. Fox News, Gutfeld, he broke down why Trump just continues to get stronger with everything that's going on.
That's good.
This was from last night. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
All right. The Dems aren't learning. The more they push Trump away, the closer he gets. He really is like booze to the Dems, who are all full-blown Trumpaholics, right? And what do Trumpaholics do? They hide bottles all over the house, hoping no one will see it. But the obsession only grows. They put Trump here. Let's put him over there. But then he just pops out, and it's just, you just need it more than ever. It makes him just more exciting. He doesn't have to say or do anything. In fact, that would be my advice to him. Let these crazy people elect you. The more unhinged and old the Dems sound about Trump, the more punk rock, the more rap, the more metal Trump becomes. He's like a mix of the Sex Pistols, Public Enemy, and Metallica, all rolled into one. He's America's bad boy, and he should just let them do all the work and sit back and regain the White House.
It's actually a brilliant strategy. Let the Dems do all the dirty work for you. You continue to make this guy a martyr, which is weird because to be a martyr, you have to be dead. But this guy is still alive. And you think about everybody that's anti-establishment, that grew up in an era that wanted to rebel against their teacher, against their parents, against their church leader, and just live that wild style life. Trump is kind of what you lived and loved about your rebellious days. He is the anti-establishment, and that's the appeal to the guy.
No, 100%. But it is fun to watch. And I don't know if you have to be a martyr to be dead anymore.
No?
Because like you could have your career killed because you stood for something.
That's true.
And people could say, oh, he's a martyr because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Trump's business empire is being killed because of what he's choosing to do to run for this country. He's sacrificing that in order to better this country.
Yeah.
So you can kind of look at him as a martyr to the cause.
Look at his net worth. His net worth has gone down, I think, by 1.3 billion, maybe. I think he's lost about a third of his net wealth since 2016.
Well, if he becomes president, maybe he'll start cashing those checks instead of donating them.
Running for president is not cheap.
Well, I mean, but think about this. Everybody that enters politics you can find the data online, what their net worth was when they entered office and what it was when they left office. Nancy Pelosi went from like $1 million to $21 million.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I'm sorry. Okay. But all of these crooked politicians go into politics with X and walk out with Y and Z, and their wealth skyrockets. Donald Trump's has taken about a 30% nosedive. Let that sink in for a moment.
Right. Yep. They all have money and they all have secrets, which this is why that's a good segue to this. We're going to go to cut 8 here, Phil. This was from Benny Johnson, who's always trending there on Twitter with conservative circles. He spoke with a social media influencer named Kosh, and they kind of expanded on the entire Epstein list, how the FBI has it. They're doing nothing. What's the deal with it? This is cut 8, Phil, go.
Thing with Epstein's list, it's like, what the hell are these Republicans doing? Oh,
I saw you
give out the list.
I saw you make news this morning about that. I got to get to that.
Yeah.
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list. You don't think that Bill Gates is lobbying Congress night and day to prevent the disclosure of that list? And why is it that the Senate, and good for Senator Blackburn to try to get it out, but then Dick Durbin comes over the top and says, no, we're not going to release the names. I don't care about the list itself, but if you release the names, right? What the hell are the House Republicans doing? They have the majority. You can't get the list? You're going to accept Dick Durbin's word or whoever that guy is as to who is on that list and who isn't, and that it can and can't be released? Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are. We have an election coming up, and we need to adjudicate this matter at the polls. God knows the FBI and DOJ aren't going to do anything. But how are you going to reward the FBI with a new headquarters building after their illegal surveillance on Donald Trump continues with a reauthorization of FISA, and we can't even get basic documents out? This is why America hates Congress. And this is why I'm tired of the Republican majority saying they're going to get the job done and failing.
Yeah. Yep. Very well said. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I mean, here you have Marshall Blackburn trying to accomplish something. Dick Durbin, being Dick Durbin, decides to stonewall it and do what he does. And if you're a Republican and you're not on board with this information being released, that immediately draws a red flag from me saying, what are you trying to hide? What do you know that you don't want to come out, whether it's directly implicating you or somebody in your circle that you have ties and connections to?
Right. Well, first of all, that's Kash Patel. He was the acting director of national intelligence under Trump.
Okay.
So that's who that is. So he would know a lot of these things about, especially things like Epstein's Black Book. He may know just a little bit about that. So I'm glad that Benny had him on because he's a good guy to have on about that. But we have to be super careful when we talk about the Epstein lists because there are several, and we touched on this yesterday.
Yep.
There are flight logs. Just because you're on the plane doesn't mean you did anything wrong. You've got Ghislaine Maxwell's list of clients. You have what is being released, which is really the witness log, the names of the people who testified in the Jeffrey Maxwell case.
Yep.
That Virginia Jeffrey brought against Ghislaine Maxwell. Some of them are like the doctors who treated some of these people. Some of them are potential victims. That's a different list. And then you've got Jeffrey Epstein's client list. Mm-hmm. So you got to be careful because Jeffrey Epstein's client list. Well, we assume that those are clients who had sex with underage girls. We don't know that. These could be business people who had nothing to do with that.
Very true.
So I think we have to be super careful in the way that this information is released so that innocent people aren't smeared with this broad brush. Oh, you're on Epstein's list.
Right.
Well, yeah, but in what way? So I think we need to be
correct.
really careful about how this comes out.
Do you think that, and I'm surprised nobody has asked this question, and maybe somebody has and I just missed it. Do you think Donald Trump has any information as to maybe in his own mind that he knows who's been there? Because, I mean, we're talking about the most wealthiest, powerful people. And Trump has been in, I'm not implicating Trump to Epstein Island in any way, but do you think he might know and he's never been asked or he's never said it because it could obviously lead to the downfall of many people, and he just doesn't want to get involved in all of that?
I don't don't know. I never thought about that. He doesn't seem to be the type, but if he can use it for political gain,
that's what I'm saying,
and use it in negotiations, that's something that Trump may do. But I don't know. I think he would have done it by now.
Yeah, I think it's a red flag that he hasn't brought it up too much. Like, I'm not saying he was there. He did anything
I'm not
bad,
implying that. But like, I mean, wealthy, powerful people are privy to information, and they hear things, and they're in these elitist circles. And Donald Trump's been an elitist for a very long time with his money, his wealth, and his his real estate and all his business empires. I'm just wondering if maybe in 1998 or in 2007 he was in a conference meeting and this was being discussed, and he heard X, Y, and Z. I'm just wondering.
I mean.
Go ahead, Anthony.
I was just going to say, anyone from 1985 to like 2010, if you had any sort of money, Jeffrey Epstein found a way to get to you and try to somehow get in your circle. So I don't necessarily blame people if there's some pictures, et cetera, or like we talked about with the RFK thing, but this is such a complex thing. And like Mary's saying with the list, it's going to be hard to figure out everything with just one little cohesive report.
Yep.
Yeah, and as far as I don't think that aspect of Epstein's business was discussed on conference calls or anything along those lines. I think that was hush hush on the down low. You knew or you didn't. You were in or you were out.
Right.
So I think there are people who may have even gone to his island who had no clue this was going on, because they weren't part of that. I think that was a subset. I don't think the group of people that were involved in that is as big as everybody seems to think it was.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people who went to Epstein's Island, just like there's a lot of people who go to Mar-a-Lago. That it doesn't mean that they were involved in what was going on in Epstein's townhome in New York, what was going on Epstein Island. I don't think that group is as big as everybody seems to think it is.
Okay. I agree with you fully. I mean, especially when you look at that island, like the one side of it's pretty much a full resort, and the other side was him just secluded from everyone. So who knows what was happening on the other side of it.
That's correct.
Yeah. But let's move on here. This will be cut 11, Phil. This was from CNN yesterday, so I thought it'd be an interesting perspective. Bill Barr broke down how SCOTUS will, quote, slap down Colorado and their disqualification decision. This is cut 11, Phil, go.
I think if they take it up, they're going to slap it down very quickly, and I hope they do take it up quickly and slap it down, because otherwise he could be left off the ballot in this primary.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're not even saying that you disagree necessarily with what the district court and then the Colorado Supreme Court found in terms of insurrection. You just think it's the wrong process. You think they're, like, for instance, Jack Smith's trial, although he's not actually charged the president with insurrection.
Yeah, legally, the denial of due process is fatal here. But as you alluded to in your opening comments, the 14th Amendment is not something that can be applied willy-nilly by the states through sort of ad hoc proceedings. It was contemplated that the federal government set up the enforcement mechanism, so you have some standard. What is the proof that's required? What is the procedure that is required? And hopefully some adumbration of what exactly the insurrection is. Now, we're going to have those issues addressed.
Yeah.
Now, he hasn't charged, Jack Smith has not charged the president. The federal investigation has not charged President Trump with insurrection or incitement. And but that's a trial that's going to take place with due process, and it's going to get into all these issues. What was his state of mind? What were his actions? That is the kind of proceeding where these things could be established.
I've yet to see a legal expert or a legal scholar come out and say that Colorado doing what they are doing makes sense and they have legal standing to do so. Again, 14th Amendment here, due process. All of a sudden that gets thrown by the wayside. And keep in mind, as he mentioned there, Bill Barr, Jack Smith did not charge Donald Trump with insurrection. And if there was a shred of evidence where Jack Smith could charge Trump with insurrection, he would have. So this, to me, continues to be such a overstep of the boundaries, abuse of power, terrible interpretation of what the 14th Amendment is about. I know they cite Article 3 of it. This thing is going to be, and you're right, Mary, this could very well get shot down during the week of Christmas. We might not have to wait until January of 2024.
I'm going for tomorrow. That's when I'm hoping this happens.
How about that?
No offense. No offense, Nick. You won't be here.
That's
but
fine. I'll be sleeping, too, when it happens, and I'd be fine by that.
How does that sound?
Yeah. I'll catch up later in the day when I wake up.
Think about this, though. If the Democrats are successful with this, you keep Trump off ballots in a bunch of states, right? You make it illegal for people to even write his name in. If you write his name in, the vote doesn't count. If they can push and successfully get a different candidate for president on the Republican side, right? Mm-hmm. Now, they could still nominate Trump at their convention. Right? They can still nominate Trump at the convention, a broker convention. They can do that. But it splits the Republican Party because there's a lot of people who won't vote for Trump then, right? Because they were Nikki Haley fans or whomever. So the Democrats are smart in that way because I think the Democrats know they're looking at a broker convention coming up, which is going to split their vote as well.
You know, Greg Stocker's been of the belief that he has said multiple times that he does not think it will be Trump or Biden ultimately at the end when we get to the election and we vote. So still very interesting to see. I still think it's far more likely, obviously, that Trump will be there. And I've come off my stance on Joe. I actually think Joe will be replaced. But if you think any of this is going to slow down for 2024, you are sadly mistaken.
Yeah.
I mean, think about what could happen in 2024. Let me just be Nostradamus and put on my negative hat. I mean, we could have the most contentious election of all time. We could have a market crash financially. There's a few pundits and experts out there that think 2024 is going to go very bad financially. China just came out. Xi basically said that he's going to take Taiwan at any and all costs, and there's basically nothing Joe Biden can do about it. So we're going to have a war in the Middle East. We have Russia, Ukraine. We could have China, Taiwan. We could very well have World War III. There's kind of a civil war going on in this country right now with the culture wars with schools. It's kind of being not fought on a battleground, but it's being fought through the media and social media. 2024 could be like an epic bleep show. It's going to be great for our business, but in society, it could be pretty wild. I'm just saying. Get ready, folks.
Yeah,
by the way, that's not a prediction. That's a spoiler.
Bad outcomes are good for us to complain, I guess. So
great. Makes great content.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
Way to be Debbie Downer. Merry Christmas.
I'm just using my ability to foreshadow and prognosticate. It's kind of what I do.
Yeah. Listen, I'll tell you, if this administration hasn't crashed the economy by now, they ain't crashing the economy. I thought for sure it was happening in the first year. They haven't done it yet. I don't see it coming. I don't know why.
I still think it's far more likely that we have, quote, World War III before we have the market crash.
Aren't we in a...
no offense, I'm super tired. I don't have time for a world war.
Me either.
I'm at that point in my life where I'm just tired.
I want to golf.
I only got like 5 hours of sleep last night because my husband was hacking up along.
Oh, is he okay?
So he's just sick, and I'm tired. I don't have time to fight a war. It's a lot of work.
I agree.
It's a young man. You guys do it.
Yeah.
I can't be bothered at this point.
I need to be out golfing with Opelka. We'll send Lorenzo to the front lines.
I don't know about that. But here, I saved this one for last, just especially after you guys were trashing millennials and Gen Z a little bit earlier. So I have some
no trashing
reaction here. Well, it's not. This is a little bit. I mean, some things we talk about, and as Mary said earlier, generations can't be defined in these little like boxes we put everyone in. But I know we mentioned the housing crisis earlier, and Tim Dillon was on Joe Rogan, and he kind of expanded on that. And he's very facetious towards boomers because he kind of had parents who left them who were boomers. So this is his take on the housing market of boomers.
Yeah. Now the boomers are going, this is the only thing we have that makes us truly valuable in society is that we own this like a McMansion. And we're not giving this up. We are tax-paying citizens, and we are not giving this up. And our kids are going to come here every year, and they're going to suffer through the size of our house with 9 empty bedrooms while they live in a 2-bedroom apartment, and we're gonna chastise them for their decisions and their choices.
And the McMansion defines you, and your car that you drive up to the
That's
McMansion
right.
in, all that defines you. Where are you vacationing?
That's right.
Where are you going?
That's right. And they're gonna go, because they all bought those houses for very little money, and they are going to hold them over everybody's houses until they are found dead in them. They will not leave those houses until they're taken out in an ambulance. The most important thing for the boomer is to be right. And that's their main thing. They're not a soulful group. They're not. They've been around forever, but they've attained very little wisdom. It's actually kind of impressive. They're the most American generation of people that have ever lived. They're deeply selfish, self-aggrandizing, paranoid, delusional. But one of the things that makes them right is what they have. They go, well, how can I be wrong? Look at this house. Look where we're sitting. I've got 13-foot ceilings. Don't tell me you know about Gaza. You don't.
Yeah, that's pretty epic.
Wow.
That was really good. There's two things that I want to say about that. Number one, if you are in that group where, let's say, I don't know, you bought a house in 1992 for $200,000 and it's now worth $850,000. I mean, hell, we've seen houses. I think the housing cost has increased by 46% since the pandemic, which has basically made housing unaffordable for people, especially first-time young homeowners that are trying to buy a home. But I would say this, and this is where I wish I was in that age demo today, because I remember just 5-6 years ago, me and my buddies were saying, man, did we not grow up at the best time? Being born in the 80s, as a sports fan, all the sports heroes of the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, from the Michael Jordans to the Tom Bradys. Movies in the 80s were great. TV shows in the 90s were amazing. The boom of the internet. Like, man, this was a great time to grow up. And now, as I have the best job of my life, approaching 40 years old, looking to be a second homeowner or to buy a home for the second time in my life. I bought a home in 2009 after I got married, and now I look and it's like I can't afford to buy a home. There's a part of me from the housing market, as well as from how they used to pay radio hosts a lot more back in the day. I really wish I was born in 1960 or 1955, and I wish I was at the point today where I was on the 18th hole of my career, and I'm ready to sell my home, retire, and then go live in Florida, because I feel like a lot of the things that I wanted to achieve are going to be so much more difficult, and I'm willing to take a second job, like whatever, to make it happen. But like that American dream now, you're going to almost die trying to achieve the American dream. It's still attainable, but you better be able to bust your ass, or you ain't going to get it.
Yeah, we would have been big shots back in the day.
Oh, my God.
Behind the big mic and the big AM radio when people listened to it.
But just think about the housing. Like, when I moved to Nashville, Tennessee in 2018, the Nashville housing market was booming. The same house that I was looking at in 2018 that was $375,000, and that would get you a really big place in Tennessee, by the way, is now $615,000 4 years later. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I was talking at the barbershop yesterday, and I was joking how I should have bought a house when I was in middle school.
Well, first of all, that guy sounded like he was a little cranky and a tad jealous.
Well,
That's
he does. He's known for
it's-
ranting. He does that
okay.
stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. Every generation does exactly what we're sitting here doing, right?
Yeah.
Everybody does. Everybody thinks that the time I grew up in was the best because they're your childhood memories. Like I tell my nieces stories about things that we did back in the day, and they think that I grew up like in a cave, like we were just wild people. Like, wait, you were allowed to do that? We're like, yeah, like we had all this freedom. You guys don't have any freedom. So every generation does that. Everybody does that. So that's not unusual. I think every generation looks at the generation before them going, they're selfish. They won't get out of their jobs. I remember looking for a job and like, well, these old people won't retire. Like if these old people would retire, I could get a good paying job.
Yep.
As far as what we make in radio, try being a professional fill-in. Good luck and living on that. Because I think I pay them to work.
Oh.
So it's about choices, career choices, right?
Yep.
So sometimes you make good choices. Sometimes you think it's a good choice at the time, and then you get down the road in your career and you're like, well, that was dumb, right? And that's for all across the board. Listen, my husband's a physician and can't wait to not be a physician anymore, right? The pay goes down. The work, he works 10-hour days, easily 13-hour days, makes less money every year. Said he thought that was a smart career choice at the time. So everybody armchair quarterbacks their life. It's the way it is. As far as housing goes, yes, housing is expensive right now, and you're going to have a housing bubble. We had one in 2008. It is cyclical.
Yep.
Okay, so you're not the first generation to live through expensive housing, and there will be a bubble, and it will, it'll happen. But what's different this time around is look at the number of people we are importing into this country who are going to be put into rentals, right?
Yep.
That are going to be renting. That is going to suck up the available rentals that is available to people who maybe get out of college and want to rent and want to save money. There are going to be fewer and fewer opportunities because we are importing an entire nation's worth of people that aren't going to be able to afford to buy a home, and they're going to have to live somewhere. They're going to get housing assistance. The government's going to be jacking up the prices artificially of rentals by assisting these people to move into these rentals.
Well,
so there you go. And the generation that is complaining about all this is voting for this stuff now. So I kind of sit back and go, you maybe be a little bit more careful who you're voting for.
Well, but to compound that issue also, Mary, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, all these giant companies also buying up real estate. So that compounds the issue times 10.
Well,
so.
what did the World Economic Forum say? You will own nothing.
And you will love it. You'll be happy, yes.
And it's a very minimalist generation, too. They want to live in a shipping container with no walls.
Have you seen
those?
And
they don't want stuff. They don't want pictures. They don't want their grandmother's china. They don't want anything. They want, like, nothing.
I saw in the New York suburbs just a complex, all of the shipping containers that turned into apartments.
And everything was gray, white, and black.
I'm going to live and sleep in the bed of my Honda Ridgeline. I'll show you.
That'd be good for the sponsor.
Yeah. Hey, Nick Kayal here for Piazza Auto Group. Not only do I have a Honda Ridgeline, I live in one.
I sleep in it. Please, if you can afford any food, send it to our station.
Exactly.
I heard there's an available camping spot behind that school open now.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. All right.
I heard it's all set up and everything.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet. What's on the Cut Sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is the time to go because they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for their construction vehicles. Take advantage of the incredible sale and lease options. Visit cherryhillvolvo.com or stop by today. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo.
There we go. That'll do it for the first installment of the Cut Sheet. Part 2 coming up at 9:30 this morning. Our buddy Athan Kutsarumbis will join us coming up in about 15 minutes. Is Donald Trump's momentum in Pennsylvania real? The details, the data to prove that it just might be. We'll do that as we continue. Kayal and Company live here on this Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But let me tell you about my friends at Wawa. So Wawa has 2 great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season. And you're running out of time, by the way. So here's what you're going to want to do. You have 2 options. One, go to Wawa.com. Pick one of their festive card designs. Enter your card amount and write a message. You could choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in their inbox instantly or schedule it to arrive at just the right moment. Or you can head out to your favorite Wawa location and grab a gift card for the Wawa fan in your life. And for the fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox, grab one for your boss, aunt, uncle, wife, daughter, friend, family member, whoever. It's all available for you, and it's going to make anyone's season bright in just one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa. It's your one-stop gift card shop.
WPHT, WPHT, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit NJDiet.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Bringing in your front line is as easy as 1, 2, key. SEPTA Key Advantage is a unique and valuable transit benefit program that gives your employees all-day, everyday access to the entire SEPTA system. That means your staff can get in for their first, second, or third shifts and even travel the system on their off hours, seamlessly and affordably, all thanks to you. Learn how easy it is to customize a SEPTA Key Advantage program for your team at SEPTA.org/partnerprograms. That's SEPTA.org/partnerprograms.
Does a broken down heater have you feeling the chill this holiday season? Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is here to warm you up with $50 off any heating repair. Horizon's experts are available to get your system back in working order fast. And in the event your system can't be repaired, Horizon Services can replace your system as soon as the next day to get you back to comfy and cozy. Book your repair today at horizonservices.com.
My name is Janice Shikonik, and I'm from Collegeville, Pennsylvania. When I first started working, I had just turned 17 years old. And of course, when you're 17, you don't think much about your future. But then when you get closer to retirement, you have to really be careful because there's a lot of scam systems out there and people that aren't going to think twice about taking your money. And if the stock market goes down, they're like, oh, well, sorry, everybody has to take a risk. And that's why crash proof is so important. You're not taking a risk. You're putting your money in there and you're guaranteed that your money's going to be there when you need it. And it just keeps compounding year after year after year. All the vacations you wanted to take, but you didn't have enough vacation time, I can do all of that now. And I really look forward to doing whatever I want. And that's the beauty of retirement. And I'm rocking it. I like it.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. There's a whole new musical element to it. He performs with the City Rhythm Orchestra. So if you get an opportunity, get out and see the new Joe Conklin show.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26 and 27. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
It's a Hessert holiday at Hessert Chevrolet, and that means it's time to get the best price on a new Chevy this year. Hessert has a huge inventory of new and pre-owned vehicles and will pay top dollar for your trade. Online or in person, shop Philadelphia's most convenient, hassle-free car dealership. Enjoy a Hessert holiday and get to Hessert Chevy today. Online at HessertChevy.com. Chevy, together let's drive.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
See dealer for complete details.
Could you be the person who gives a kid their forever family? Across Pennsylvania, kids in foster care are waiting for a family of their own.
My name's Keyshawn, I'm 17, and I want a family that will love me for me. I'm tired of moving, and I'm ready to accept someone in my life to have them as my forever family.
Meet the kids and learn how you can become a foster or adoptive parent. To learn more, visit adoptpakids.org. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hey, Ben Salem, tell your smart speaker play 1210 WPHT.
.838 Kayal and Company as we continue. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday as we get closer and closer to Christmas. Final Kayal and Company of 2023. Dawn, Greg, and myself back on Tuesday, January 2nd. Coming up in just about 5 minutes, Athan Koutsarumbis from Real Clear Politics. Some very interesting polling numbers when it comes to Donald Trump in the state of Pennsylvania. And a couple of other things that I want to get Athan's thoughts on when it comes to Trump and everything that's been in the news the last couple of days. But before we get to all of that, let's get a big 3 at 8 from Anthony DiRenzo here at 8:39.
It's the big 3 at 8. I don't have the imaging here right in front of me. But my name is Anthony DiRenzo, Kayal Company, big 3 at 8, 8:39 a.m. Here's an update. I know earlier we were talking about Claudine Gay. Harvard came out with a report just about 10 hours ago, and this is per the Boston Globe, that Harvard says they are correcting another piece of her writing. So as this report comes out, it seems like they are continually looking through her entire dissertation and statements to even qualify for this job. Because people continue to peel it back like an onion and criticize it over and over again.
Instead of just firing her for being a thief and a plagiarist, they decided to basically proofread 30 years worth of work.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Boy.
I mean, and this guy, I think Mary was mentioning this earlier, the fact that the rules don't apply on both sides. And this, I mean, we were talking about this yesterday when we had Tony Bruno on, and the fact that Josh Shapiro got to, wash off those sexual harassment allegations. If that was a Republican, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, if Claudine Gay was a white man, he would have been fired by now.
Yeah. And second story here, Wall Street Journal reports conservative bishops pushing back against Pope Francis on the same-sex blessing. This is after last week as Pope Francis, the progressive leader, came out and saying that he will now, it's not considered marriage, let's be clear here, and he's trying to say that same-sex marriages should be blessed in the church. This is going to continue to have some backlash and debate throughout, not just America, but the rest of the world. So we'll see how that kind of plays out there.
Okay.
And then finally, Sherelle Parker names her new Philly Commerce Director and City Solicitor. Mayor-elect Parker announced Albia Martinez and Renee Garcia as Philadelphia's new Commerce Director and City Solicitor. I'm proud to have two exceptionally qualified Latina women as members of my cabinet, including the first Latina member of the LGBTQ+ community to lead the city's Commerce Department in history, Parker wrote in a released statement on Wednesday.
Okay.
So, I mean, everything points to her being qualified. Let's hope so. I don't It doesn't seem like yet that Sherrill is just hiring people due to DEI, but we'll continue to follow that.
I'm actually more intrigued right now by the two individuals that are sitting behind you, Dorenzo, in the studio. Where Dawn normally sits having a conversation that we can see on camera. I think they're mocking you personally.
That's Kevin and Maz. They'll be on next. Kevin O'Dowd, Dr. Maz.
Oh, it's Dr. Maz.
Yeah.
There you go.
He gets here early. My man was pulling in.
Hey,
when I
how about that? A host that shows up an hour and 20 minutes before a show.
Yeah, right.
Kind of a rare thing these days.
But that's Big 3 at 8 here, 8:42 a.m. Kayal Company News.
All right, thank you very much, Dorenzo. Let's welcome in my buddy, Athan Koutsarumbas. You have heard him many times on this program from Real Clear Politics. Always good to have you back on the show, buddy. Happy holidays. How you doing, pal?
I'm doing all right, Nick. And as a card-carrying member of Gen X, by the powers vested in me, I would like to make you an honorary member of Gen X today.
All right.
I will send you a package.
Okay.
The package will include a Rubik's Cube, a Kathy Ireland poster, and a Temple of the Dog CD.
Okay.
And with those three things, you will be on your way to being an official member of Gen X.
Thank you very much. I will gladly accept. The paperwork will be filled out and mailed back accordingly. So thank you very much.
Fantastic. I look forward to getting it.
All right. So let's get into some of the data that you have. I thought it was very interesting that you laid out in a tweet, and you can follow Athan Koutsarumbas on Twitter and see this for yourself. And you posed the question whether or not Trump's momentum in Pennsylvania is real. And you looked at 2016, 2020, and now 2024, and he's doing some historic first-time stuff. So what does the data tell us, and is it reliable? Do you believe that this momentum is real?
So a free service that Real Clear Politics provides is that it essentially serves as a historical record of public polling that happens for the presidential race. And they track it for Pennsylvania and other swing states. Typically, there's usually about 100 public polls that are released in Pennsylvania for a presidential election cycle. And the poll could be Wall Street Journal, Quinnipiac, Susquehanna, Muhlenberg, New York Times, you name it. It's everybody. And what Real Clear Politics does is it records who did the poll, what date was it conducted, what's the sample size, what's the margin of error, and who's leading, right? Mm-hmm. So back in 2016, there were about 100 polls that were put out regarding Pennsylvania, Trump versus Clinton. Hillary Clinton had a streak of 41 polls where she led public polling. And there were only 3 polls out of those 100 or so back in 2016 that President Trump was actually leading. Then go to 2020. There was a streak of 57 polls where President Biden led President Trump. And in the entirety of 2020, there were only 5 polls out of the 100 or so where President Trump was leading. Mm-hmm. Now, fast forward to 2024. There have been 26 polls released so far. There have now been 4 times where President Trump has led in 3 straight polls.
Wow.
Of those 26 polls, he has led 15 of them. So more than half of those polls, he's leading. So go back in time, 2016, President Trump only led like 5% of all the polls that were released. In 2020 in Pennsylvania, President Trump, again, only won like 5% of the polls that were released. Today, leading into the 2024 election in Pennsylvania, President Trump is now leading the majority of polls that have been released, and it is shocking, and it's something that nobody's talking about.
Yeah, it's a staggering development over the course of 7 or 8 years for sure. Staying with Trump and polling numbers, we've talked about this on the show a lot. Do you believe that Trump is doing as well with the younger voters, minorities, and even women as polls claim? Because I've read a poll that Trump has gone from 8% to 22% support with black voters. I've got another Fox survey and Fox poll in front of me that says he's got a 30-point lead on Joe with younger voters. And I've even been reading how in Michigan, in some areas, Trump is gaining with female voters. Are you buying into Trump's gain and gains in many of the demos that supposedly he's supposed to lose?
I do. Let me tell you why. So you had mentioned earlier that you wish you were born in 1960 and that you were headed toward the end of your career, getting a suntan in Florida. Me as a Gen Xer, I bought my first home about 12 years ago. It was an affordable price. I was able to refinance to an interest rate that is almost unbelievable. My interest rate on my home is so low that I'm actually getting paid to live in my house when you factor in the inflation. Now, if you're a millennial, you cannot afford a home. Interest rates are too high, and there's just not enough availability of homes for you to move into, even if you could afford one. And it's fundamentally calling into question the American dream. So there was a poll released by the Wall Street Journal about a month and a half ago, and it asked the question, do you believe the American dream still holds true, was once true but not now, or never held true? The shocking number that came out of that poll was that 19% of Americans believe that the American dream never held true. So you have a fifth of Americans who are like, that American dream, that was just a fabrication, that's baloney. And the majority of people in the poll responded by saying, yeah, the American dream, that was a thing, but it's not a thing anymore. It's not what the future is. And people vote not on the past, but they vote on the future, and they want the future to be better. And when parents are asked, what do you think your children are going to do? Are they going to be better or worse than you? This was the poll from 2 weeks ago from NBC News. 69% of parents do not feel confident that their children are going to do better than them, and looks like about 17% of parents feel that their children will do better than them. That 17% is the lowest number ever on record.
Wow.
So when people are thinking about the future, they're not having warm and fuzzy thoughts, and they vote about the future. And it's the age-old question, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And I think a lot of people are just looking at it and saying, no, I'm not.
You're absolutely right. Athan Kutsarumbas joining us from Real Clear Politics. I've got two more for you, Athan, and then I know Mary wants to jump in as well. Obviously, the big story of the last couple of days is what happened in Colorado with Donald Trump, the 14th Amendment, and being kicked off the ballot. Colorado's already involved. California is pursuing this. We've got some stuff in Jersey going on as well. How do you think the Supreme Court of the United States, whenever they decide and whenever they decide to rule on this, whether it's in December here or in early January, how do you think this thing is going to play out?
Nick, much to my parents' disappointment, I'm not an attorney, but nonetheless, I'm happy to give you an ill-informed legal opinion.
That's what I do for 20 hours a week.
It pays the bills, right?
Damn right.
Yeah, it's look, I got the news just like everybody else on Twitter. I'm picking up my kid from basketball practice, and I'm scrolling through, and I'm like, what do they do? They took the majority party's nominee off the ballot. You know, what is going on here? What how does this make any sense? And I think for regular folks like us, when we look at the legal system, we look at the legal system as a place for fairness and where we go get justice. And there are people that have a different perspective of what the legal system is used for. They look at it as we're going to test a novel legal theory. Well, look, as a regular person, I don't want things tested in the courts. I want the courts to find truth. And when you have a court doing something like this, that calls into question the fundamental things that we all believe, it's very unsettling. And what I was happy to see when the news broke that night was the amount of commentators on the left and the right that said, guys, this thing's getting overturned. This is a out there opinion. Don't worry about this, because God forbid, had people thought that there was a chance that the Supreme Court would not overturn this, I can't imagine the unrest we would have.
Yeah, I completely agree. Athan Kutsarumbas is with us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Last one for me, Athan. This morning I did my big take on what Ron DeSantis said. His claim is that he believes Democrats are doing this intentionally to secure Trump as the nominee, to boost him, to make sure that he is the guy that they compete against with Joe Biden to beat him again, almost saying they feel like they've got a better chance to beat Trump than Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or anybody else. I don't believe that is the intention. I don't believe that is the motive for Democrats. I think they're doing this because they want Trump out and they are fearful that they can't beat him a second time around because they have nothing to run on from successes. They're going to run on fear of a dictator, threat to democracy, and they're going to run on abortion. Do you think DeSantis is missing the mark with this claim of what the motive is for the Dems?
You know, you always get in trouble when you try to cast motives, right? When you try to figure out the reason for why people are doing things. And the best explanation that I've heard about what's going down with all of this actually came from Elon Musk when he was explaining what was happening at Twitter. And his explanation was that when you live in a bubble, whether it's a far left bubble or a far right bubble, everybody's to the left of or right of you. And in the instance of Twitter, they were in the most extreme far left bubble of San Francisco. And everything those employees saw happening on their platform, they perceived as happening to the right of them, even though for your average American, it was happening to the left of them. And when you look at that, Colorado court decision, there was an interesting commentator out there. He didn't dox the justices or anything like that, but he just looked at where they went to school. All 7 were democratically elected. They're registered Democrat judges. But it was a 4-3 decision. First of all, why the court would release a 4-3 decision that important, that's a question for another day. But more importantly, the 4 justices who voted to remove President Trump from the ballot all went to Ivy League colleges and Ivy League law schools. And the 3 that voted to keep him on the ballot didn't go to Ivy League law schools. And it just gets back to that bubble where your perspective is so far to one side that you can't possibly see how you're wrong or where the real middle of America is today. And I think that's what is so unsettling to people is that, again, we go to our courts looking for truth and justice. And when you see that they're being used for political aims, it's just very unsettling to people.
Ethan, it's Mary. We have about 2 minutes here. First of all, follow him on Twitter, ATHAN_K, because you can never spell his last name. Forget it. So I have so many questions I want to ask you, but I only have 2 minutes. Let's go back to the first question you spoke about with Nick, where you talked about Hillary's poll numbers in 2016 and Biden's poll numbers in 2020. And I don't know how that plays out for Trump because Hillary was leading the whole time, right? And then Biden leading, now Trump's leading. So does this mean that this is not good for Trump?
Mary, I think you bring up a fantastic point, and I'm going to be blunt.
Oh, good, because I only get one.
These polls these polls today mean absolutely nothing. And the reason these polls mean absolutely nothing is because Republicans have yet to adopt using mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania.
Yes. Yay.
And until that changes, this is all baloney. And that is the biggest thing that everybody needs to understand is that the advantage mail-in balloting provides the Democrats is something that Republicans cannot overcome with in-person turnout. Either we adopt mail-in balloting or we die.
100%. And ballot harvesting. Yes. Preach. And if you can get to Ronna McDaniel, could you please tell her to talk to Scott Pressler, who is all over Pennsylvania right now, doing exactly what we should be doing?
Scott has been absolutely killing it. He helped flip Beaver County out in western Pennsylvania. He has offered. He's been in Philadelphia the past couple of weeks. He's offered to come to my home in Bucks County, where we're only down registration about 4,000 voters, and that's something that can be overcome this election cycle. But when it gets to mail-in ballots, what the Democrats do differently is they call out their firewall number, and they say, how many mail-in ballot applicants do we need to make sure the other guys can't win? And in 2023, that number was 400,000. They knew if they had 400,000 Democrats apply to vote by mail, there was no chance Republican statewide candidates could win. And they were right. At some point in the next couple of weeks, they're going to set their firewall number for 2024, and they make that number public. Might be 1 million, might be 1.2 million, who knows? But the problem is Republicans are saying, well, maybe we could do 5% better this time. Maybe we could do 3% better this time. That's a losing attitude. Republicans have to adopt the same attitude. what is our firewall number and what is it going to take to get there in order for us to win.
Amen.
Well said. Athan Kusarumbis, great analysis, great breakdowns as always. Follow him on Twitter if you can spell his last name, or you could read his work in Real Clear Politics. Good stuff, buddy. Thank you, pal.
See you guys.
All right. Athan's always gracious with his time to come on and join us, and he's also going to give me the Gen X welcoming gift pack. He said Kathy Ireland posters included with that.
You know, so you wanted to be born in 1960. Did you know Gen X starts at 1964?
Okay, then yeah, give me 1964.
So
1965.
I mean, you're not that far off from a boomer. You know what I mean? Like the lines are so blurry.
Yeah, they are blurred lines.
They're fun. I love talking about like generations and everything, but you're right. It's just so generic. It isn't. It's fun to. It's a fun thing to like talk about.
I thought Gen Z was the newest Gen. Gen Alpha apparently is.
Yeah, the iPad.
Do we have
kids.
to name everything?
Yeah.
It's
that's my daughter's.
iPad
when did
kids.
this all start? When did this start? The naming of everybody, and who gets to decide? And where are the lines?
Did it start with boomers? I feel like it did.
I don't know. Well, because they were part of the baby boom.
Yeah.
Good point.
You know?
Okay.
So
there you go. All right, coming up next, final hour of Kayal and Company on a Thursday. Final hour for me for 2023. Airport security will soon be like fast food kiosks. I'm sure that'll go over very smoothly. Details on the other side of Kayal and Company as we're back after this. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And this segment of Kayal and Company is sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secrets of finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Now is the time to get the vehicle that's been on your wish list with year-end savings from the Piazza Auto Group, with financing for a limited time as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select new models, like the 2024 Mazda CX-5 with standard all-wheel drive from Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading, or the 2024 Tucson and the 2023 Santa Fe from Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. PiazzaMazda.com and PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. A guy rushed into the doctor's office and shouted, "Doctor, I think I'm shrinking." The doctor calmly responded, "Now settle down. You'll just have to be a little patient." Whether you need carpet for your home or business, whether it's your boardroom, bedroom, or investment property, I've got just the thing at half price. It's not rocket science. I buy carpet at half price, I sell it at half price. That's Norman Carpet, 1-800-220-RUGS, or visit us at normancarpet.net.
This holiday season, give cheers to whiskeys worth knowing. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, America's oldest registered distillery, is aged and handcrafted, toasted and charred new American white oak barrels. Also impress your guests with the award-winning Woodford Reserve, a perfectly balanced bourbon that comprises more than 200 distinguishable flavor notes. Visit your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store to pick up both of these whiskeys on sale through the holidays. Cheers to whiskeys worth knowing. Please drink responsibly.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries got them. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? Maybe a tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views to the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's not too late to get yourself a great gift this year, the gift of a gorgeous smile. By booking an appointment today with my friend, Dr. Michael Veneria at Veneria Dental. I've been telling you about him for years. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations that have made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family, so give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you it will be the best gift you can give yourself. A beautiful smile. You won't be disappointed. 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, right over the bridge. Schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020, VeneriaDental.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-857-5656. That's 800-857-5656.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
.904, Kayal and Company, 4th and final hour, Thursday morning. Great to have all of you in Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, in for Dawn Stensland as we head till 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. The morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. Anthony Dorenzo's Big Three in about 10 minutes. We have part 2 of the cut sheet and some other good stories that we will get to. And this segment is brought to you by Consumer Cellular, which Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan, starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in the rain, the sleet, the snow, all the bad weather with their premium nationwide 5G coverage. No contract, free activation. Sounds like a pretty good deal to me. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today. So, you know, Mary, I love the holidays because especially as we move further and further away from the COVID-19 pandemic, we hear from AAA and we hear from the airline industries, this will be the most traveled holiday season since 2019. We hear that like every year, right?
All the time, yeah.
I don't know about you. Are you traveling at all for the holidays, or are you staying in Jersey?
I'm a fill-in. I'm working.
Okay, so you're going to be working.
Yeah.
But if you, let's say you weren't doing, I typically, you know, it's weird. I'll travel sometimes for Thanksgiving, but I never travel for Christmas. But the thought of having to travel and go through airport security in self-serve fashion, I'm not going to lie, it kind of scares the bejesus out of me.
In general or just at the holidays?
You know what? In general. But certainly at the holidays where everybody's triggered and everybody's feeling like, okay, I just want to get to my destination. I just want to unwind for 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, whatever it might be. But this is like a story that I think people should be paying attention to. The New York Post with the headline saying, airport security will soon be like fast food kiosks with self-service screening. And I actually can see a picture of what this will look like. And they say goodbye to the TSA pat-down. Airports nationwide have a plan to install self-checkout style security lines after testing the new technology last month in Las Vegas. The program will allow pre-check passengers to complete their screening process with minimal to no assistance from transportation security officers, TSOs. The TSA partnered with the Science and Technology Directorate, S&T, to create a several option package for passengers to seamlessly scan their ID, carry-on bags, and bodies before walking to their gates. They say, quote, like self-ordering kiosks at fast food and sit-down restaurants, self-service screening allows passengers in the Trusted Traveler program to complete the security screening process on their own. I don't know about you, Mary. This seems like it could be a disaster of epic proportions. I'm not sure that I want to have to see it, witness it, live it, experience it.
Well, this is just another way for them to make money because you could pay for like TSA pre-check, right? Which I highly recommend, by the way.
Okay.
Although TSA pre-check, because so many people do it, is now getting kind of crowded. So don't do it. But the kiosks never work. If you've ever tried to check in with your ID and everything, it never scans it, and so they have to hire people to stand there to help you screen to help you check in at the kiosk.
Yep.
So based on that alone, it's kind of like self-serve, like self-checkout at the grocery store. I wasn't invited to the Christmas party, so until someone discusses like the vacation policy with me, I'm not quite sure why I need to do this.
Mm-hmm.
My tickets aren't getting cheaper, so I'm not quite sure why I'm responsible for this. But let's pull back and look at the big picture.
Mm-hmm.
People who are in the country illegally, who have committed a crime by walking into this country illegally, have their own check-in.
Yep.
Right? They have no ID whatsoever.
Yep.
So do we really care about the security check?
No.
Right?
No, we don't.
Like, it's really a suggestion at this point. Like, just pat yourself down a little bit. And just give us a thumbs up. We're all good. Because at this point, we don't know who's on these planes. We have no clue. We talked about this yesterday. The diseases they're bringing in. They could be on terrorist watch lists. Nobody cares. So why shouldn't I get the same perks they get at lists? If we're all going down in the same plane, I might as well have the same perks before I go that they did.
This is once again where I feel like the powers that be want to replace human beings with artificial intelligence and electronics and gizmos. What's that little gizmo you got over there? No, this is what they do, and then they say it's a convenience to you. It'll make your life easier, which it won't. It'll make it an inconvenience. And oh, by the way, it's a cost-cutting measure for these companies because, well, instead of paying somebody X amount over the years, they can pay for this machine, and they probably have done the math and said long-term, this will save us money on our bottom line. And the self-check, I'm so glad you brought up the grocery store example because it's the perfect preview of what airport security kiosk self-screening will be. I can't tell you, Mary, how many times I go to the grocery store and I try to scan that one item that's got the barcode kind of wrapped around the edge of the product and it doesn't scan correctly. And then please remove last item from bag, hit customer support, and then here comes somebody that they're already paying to stand over in the corner and make sure that you scan everything. So if you're going to pay that person to be like the security guard of groceries, why don't we just open up aisle 7 and have them scan my stinking stuff?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. And I refuse. I absolutely steadfastly refuse to self-checkout. However, like an Aldi, which I love my Aldi, but I love it. But you can only use your credit card there. I guess you can use cash in them, but I don't know how to use cash in them. It seems like it's really a lot of work to use cash because they want you to use credit card because they can track everything. But the one at the Aldi yells at you. If you've ever tried the self-checkout there, they're like, scan next item. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm trying really hard. There's not enough room on the discard pile for all the stuff that I bought, and you won't let me put it in the bag, and then I got to take the stuff off there, and the people behind you are waiting, and it's so stressful because the machine is yelling at me. I hate it. I hate it.
And to that point, I actually was just at Target not too long ago with the holidays, and it seemed like, I mean, they do have one person at self-checkout, at least one or two, and they're always monitoring that. But they closed some of the self-checkout and made it more manageable, and they had more regular checkouts open with real people. Because this is, I mean, self-checkout's not going to go away because they can't afford to hire that many people. But especially seasonally, it seems like these stores really want real people checking everything out with all of their, the shrinkage and the loss. I know some people obviously purposely do it, but even people make mistakes. Like just inherently, sometimes you'll forget to scan one thing in your cart.
Yeah, it's
well.
Go ahead,
the
Mary.
next step is they're just going to put all the goods out at the front door, and if you want to come in, you have to bring like a case of beans, and you have to stock the shelf before you're allowed to shop. That's the next step.
It is such an inconvenience. Like I'm thinking about this, about what it could be like in the airport, and thinking about what I experience in my grocery store. Like I've told everybody on the show, I shop at Giant. So and the worst part is, if you want to buy any wine or any beer at Giant, you got to pay for it at the kiosk in the back of the Giant. You can't pay for that at checkout. So I got to do that. Then I shop, and then I go to checkout, and they've got 12 lanes. One is open with an actual person, and then they've got the self-checkout where there's 6 or 7 self-checkouts and somebody standing there, and it's just a complete inconvenience to my life. But on the serious front, with this TSA situation with airport security and these self-service screenings, from a security standpoint, and I'm not trying to be all doom and gloom. I know it's an extreme stretch, but I mean, we've seen instances with people that had sinister intentions to get on a flight and cause mass casualties. People, Richard, what was his name? Richard Reed, the shoe bomber. Like, I want to be going through, like, airports are hell. And they're dirty, they're grungy. It's the one place I feel like I do want to wear a mask because so many people you sit next to them and they're not wearing deodorant and they smell like a blooming onion, the whole bit. Like, I always get stuck next to the stinky person on my flights, by the way. But
you need to choose your seats better.
I know. Well, that's what happens when you fly Allegiant. But I'm one of these people that I want to. If I'm going to have to deal with the absurdity of airports, I want to feel like I'm safe and I'm secure. And I don't know that this is, and I'm sure they've got different protocols, and you're going to be okay. But you've got people that try to weasel items onto a flight in a shampoo bottle or whatever it might be. I just feel like this thing is set up for failure in some regard.
My biggest problem, but more than that, because I figure like if the plane's going down, it's going down. I'm going to die, right? I'm not going to be maimed. I'm going to be dead. There's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, you're dead on impact,
right? Nothing I can do about that. So it's a crapshoot when you get on. Maybe TSA caught it, maybe they didn't, but that's the risk you take when you get on a plane. So I accept that. It's kind of like when you get in a car, you may die.
Yeah,
you never know. But what bothers me more is the people who get on with the stroller and the car seat and 2 overhead bags because the baby gets a bag and everything else. And they're walking on there with all this stuff. And then they're questioning me about whether my little carry-on bag fits in the appropriate space. They have that measuring thing. Yeah. And I'm like, did you see? They just went by with a pack and play and all this other stuff. And you're coming after me. The overhead bin fight is the most stressful part of the whole thing for me.
It is, and I'm glad you bring that up because one of the things, and I don't know if you've ever noticed this, I always just like to observe society, and when I'm getting onto the plane, it's amazing to me how quickly people are rushing to get on the plane.
Oh my God, it's so annoying.
We're boarding zone 1 and 2, and yet zone 5 guys already in line, and you're in a rush to get on. And once you get on the plane, you're still 25, 30 minutes away.
You have an assigned seat.
Right.
I don't get it. I don't understand.
But
they're fighting for overhead bin space. That's what it is.
And then people shove their stuff in. When mine's already in, they just shove it. They don't care what's in my bag. bag that just shoved.
But it's the wrong urgency. They're in a rush to get on and not leave and go anywhere. You're going to have to sit through the whole charade. But once we land and they give you the okay, these people are the slowest human beings to get out of the seat, get over their overhead bin, grab their bag, and get the hell off the plane.
Well, it's either they're too slow and they're holding everyone up, or they're literally trying to jump in front of like 8 people. There's no room, and they're shoving people down. It's like, dude, we all get off this plane. They should announce over the loudspeaker, you need to get out by aisle in order. They need to, like, they should have like one of the attendants in the aisles doing that.
Well, I'm always like stuck in seat row 27, so I'm always in the back.
Well, and that's a tactical error.
It is. I blame my wife.
Tactical. First of all, you get a credit card that has miles on your whatever airline you like to fly the most. Okay, choose one, go with it, and use your credit card. You build up your miles. They will have sales where you can buy miles, where it's actually worth it. You buy the miles. And then you can sit further up in the plane. You can sit farther up. You could spend the $75 for the extra leg room. That's key. And you want to be in the front. You want to be in like the first. You never want row 11 because it says a window seat. It's not a window seat. Right. So you can get, and we stock it and we move seats and we change our tickets. And a lot of times, my husband's so good at stocking it, we wind up in first class not for like maybe $100 more a person.
Because you're a rewards member and all that stuff.
So, exactly. You got to be a rewards member. You got to get the mileage. But we don't use our mileage to upgrade. If you stock the seats a lot, and it's a job, but if you do it, there's plenty of times when at the last minute they'll be like, or you request, because we're rewards members, you request an upgrade.
Very Villanova elitist of Mary. I'm getting
it's not elitist. It's smart. Do not mock it. It's smart. It is smart. That's what it is.
It is smart. If she was a
this
Villanova
is my Villanova education paying off.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and the worst part of it is when you're trying to get off in a hurry and you can't, especially if you don't have to go to baggage claim and get your luggage, you just have your carry-on. Like, you're just waiting. You want to get off. You're going to go right out. You've got your ride there. Your friend's picking you up, your family member, or you've got an Uber or whatever, and these people are just as slow as molasses. And I'm like, I saw you in a quick, fast, and in a hurry fashion get on this plane. Now you're, like, delaying me to get off. Like,
I just wish people would be patient. We all have to go through this together. We have to walk off at one time. It's not, this isn't like your car. You can't just turn it off and walk out. Everyone has to go out at the same time. Like, just calm down. Everyone loses their mind.
Yeah.
The second the plane lands.
Exactly. The plane lands and the seatbelt sign goes off. Everybody stands up and everybody's got to get their sign. Like, the door isn't even open yet. Where are you going? And you're in row 27. I got news for you. You got a good 15 minutes before you're going anywhere. But Nick is standing up already because people aren't moving fast enough.
Yes.
So you're part of the problem, Nick. And you are part of the problem.
And then I'm going to echo Elon Musk, and I'm going to say this. Of course. Why is the hotkeys always down? Leave the hotkeys up.
Go yourself.
Yes. God, I'm setting that up all day today. Oh.
You're standing up. You're breathing my air. You need to just sit down and get up in an orderly fashion, and we can all get off the plane faster.
Did you see the story that breathing's bad for the planet? I don't know if you
I
saw
did,
that
and
story.
when you stand up in the middle of the plane and everybody's breathing my air, you need to just sit down and wait your turn.
Exactly. All right, 855-839-1210. I blew through the big three, so Dorenzo, your call. Do you want to do the big three now and then the clip, or do you want to go clip first and then big three?
Let's do the clip quickly, and we'll do a brief big three before cut sheet.
All right, 9:20. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is an immovable fact that I killed Harlan.
Yes, you did. Yes, he did. Yes, you are. But I spoke in the car about the hole at the center of this donut. And what you and Harlan did that fateful night seems at first glance to fill that hole perfectly. A donut hole in a donut's hole. But we must look a little closer. And when we do, we see the donut hole has a hole in its center. It is not a donut hole, but a smaller donut with its own hole. And our donut is not a hole at all.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And today's great prize, one last time, is a 4-pack of tickets for the New Year's Eve firework display aboard the battleship New Jersey. And you have options. The 6 o'clock showing on Sunday, December 31st, or midnight, which would technically be New Year's morning. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you can identify that movie clip, 4-pack of New Year's Eve firework tickets aboard the Battleship New Jersey. Kayal and Company, Big Three on the other side, followed by What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 on a Thursday. Stay right there.
Sports Radio 94 WIP is your exclusive home of the Philadelphia Eagles. And with the free Odyssey app, you can listen to your favorite Philadelphia announcers during every game. Turn down your TV and turn up Merrill Reese and Mike Quick.
The kick is... Exploitable time!
They just do not want to go away.
He's at the 5. He's in! Touchdown! The Eagles win!
It's easy to sync Sports Radio 94 WIP with the Eagles on your TV. So download the free Odyssey app today. That's AUDACY.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
We're Richard and Susan Eckhart, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016. This Christmas, there's going to be lots of gifts.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of parties, lots of excitement and fun, and no worry. We have a system that guarantees interest, even the potential of double-digit interest. And the thing that I love is it all goes into the principal, and once it hits the principal, that's mine.
The worry is gone. The worry of your money, what's it going to do, is gone. When you stop worrying about money, you see the holiday for what it is. You're enjoying the flavor of the holiday.
No matter how you celebrate the holiday season, celebrate with peace of mind and get your share of a crash-proof retirement. Register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on January 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com. And happy holidays from all of us here at Crash Proof Retirement.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me. So I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
It's a Hessert holiday at Hessert Chevrolet, and that means it's time to get the best price on a new Chevy this year. Hessert has a huge inventory of new and pre-owned vehicles and will pay top dollar for your trade. Online or in person, shop Philadelphia's most convenient, hassle-free car dealership. Enjoy a Hessert holiday and get to Hessert Chevy today. Online at HessertChevy.com. Chevy, together let's drive.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
See dealer for complete details.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 926 Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. We still have a lot to do here in the final 30 minutes of the show. We're going to get to part 2 of the cut sheet. We've got to get our final poll results on YouTube and Twitter. Also, who won Twitter and YouTube today, and also our big 3 with Anthony Dorenzo. But before we get to all of that, we do have Mike in Levittown. He is our winner this morning for the Morning Mystery movie clip. Mike, good morning. We appreciate you playing today. And what clip did we just play for you, sir?
You played Knives Out. Hope it doesn't happen around the holidays.
That is correct. Nice work out of you. You've got yourself the 4-pack of tickets for the Battleship New Jersey Fireworks Show on New Year's Eve. How's that sound?
Sounds great.
All right, brother. Well, I appreciate you listening. Thank you for playing. You have a good Christmas and a happy holidays, all right?
You too.
All right, there he is. Mike in Levittown is our winner this morning. All right, without further ado.
Excuse me, point of order.
What's that?
Seriously, would it kill you guys to do Christmas movies this week? Would it have killed you to put a Christmas music movie
I did a lot of them already.
Really?
That's why I did.
Here's what you have to remember, Mary, about Dorenzo. When it comes to the movie selections, he either comes up with like Rocky, Jaws, Home Alone, or he'll go something so obscure and hard that sometimes we don't get a winner. Then we play the clip back a second time. We beg and plead for people to try. And then we say, you know what, the hell with the 12th caller. We'll just take the first caller.
I do it 5 days a week. There's not that
for
many
the love
movies.
of God, it's not that hard. Stop whining. But here's the other thing: no Christmas music today either. I noticed that.
Yeah,
Seriously,
I noticed.
like this is why men are in the Wawa shopping for a Christmas present on Christmas Eve because it suddenly sneaks up on you. You're like, whoa, Christmas is tomorrow.
Okay, I'm actually being told Ron DeSantis is on the line, and he's been listening as well, and he's very upset that there hasn't been Christmas music.
Yes,
Mr. DeSantis, what do you suggest we do with Mr. Dorenzo?
Anthony, you are fired.
Not Anthony Fauci, but Anthony Dorenzo. You were fired.
Mustard.
Well, there's always a good time for some mustard. All right, 9:30. Let's get to an Anthony Dorenzo Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal Company.
Big 3 at 9, 9:28 a.m. here, Kayal Company News Live. All right, going from a report to the New York Post. New York lost nearly 102,000 residents in a year, most in the nation, while Texas saw the biggest population gain. This is due to the Census Bureau's report. New York's population plunged more than any other state in the country over the past year, according to sobering new statistics as fed-up lawmakers and ex-New Yorkers blame crime and the sky-high cost of living. It was one of the 8 states to face a net decline in residents over the period, while red states, including Texas and Florida, saw the largest growth in population. Retired NYPD Lieutenant John McCarry, who was born in Brooklyn but hightailed the Sunshine State in 2022, said the once great state of New York just isn't a good place to raise a family anymore. People are getting sick of it, the lawlessness, the protests, the transit hubs. Young families know when to see this as a place to raise their children. And McCarry hosts the podcast, quote, The Finest Unfiltered, which he expanded on all this. And Pennsylvania saw a decline as well. We're in the 0.49 to 0.01 range. It's looking like the states with the biggest gain was Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, Texas, and North Dakota, of all places, and
Progressive policies destroy everything they touch when Democrats take over in big blue cities or when they remain in power and go super, super left.
And going off of that for our... Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Go ahead.
Just very quickly, the problem is they move to those red states, and they're like locusts. They move to red states, and then they vote for the same stuff they just left.
Yes.
In the blue states. They're turning North Carolina blue. So that's why you go to North Carolina. That's why you go to North Dakota. Nobody wants to live there.
Mary, I lived it. I saw it firsthand in Tennessee.
Right. They did it to New Jersey. They're doing it to Pennsylvania.
It's brutal. The only place that's really not happening, I mean, you start to see it even in Georgia. You start to see it in Texas because of Austin. Really, the only place that's not happening is Florida.
Yeah. Well, I think that they just drive you out of town on a rail if you do it in Florida.
Yeah, right.
But they do it everywhere. They're doing it to Montana. They're doing it. This is what they do. They're not smart people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
okay, I'm done.
No, I just want to expand off of that for our second story here, because publications in San Francisco are bragging about how the Bay Area saw some of the highest population growth in California. They tried to claim the entire country, but after that one report, it's just not the case. 4 Bay Area counties, Alameda, San Francisco, Santa Clara, and San Mateo, grew in population between July 2022 and 2023 after the period of population decline during the height of the pandemic. According to a new report conducted by California's Department of Finance, San Francisco, Santa Clara, I can't even speak.
Alameda?
Alameda, yes, correct. Yeah. They were among the top 5 counties in terms of population gain from 2020 to 23. Despite their losses, the other 2 are Sacramento and San Diego, which grew at a marginal rate compared to San Francisco. So, Gavin Newsom's probably going to brag about that as he continues to move forward and try to maybe run.
Hey, I would never live in California for all the reasons that we all know. But I got to tell you, if there's one place it's weird that I've been to, I've done a lot of traveling in my life. I've been to Vegas, I've been to Hawaii. I've never actually stepped foot in the state of California, which is kind of odd because I've been to Vegas and I've gone to Hawaii. I have no interest in the Bay Area, no interest in Los Angeles. But I would like to take a little vacation to San Diego.
It's, I haven't been there a lot. I went there in high school.
Yeah.
And we went to L.A., San Diego. San Diego was the best.
I want to go golfing at Torrey Pines. I want some fish tacos. I want to hang out at the beach for a day, and then I'll get the hell out of there.
Yeah. No, it's an amazing spot. I want to go to more of Northern California and see the mountains. I
have no interest in Northern California.
I want to see that landscape and Oregon and all that. That stuff's cool. I like hiking.
Google image it. That's all you need.
All right, and then finally, Hamas leader visits Cairo, a sign of movement on a possible Gaza truce and hostage swap. Hamas top leader traveled to Cairo on Wednesday for their talks on the war in Gaza, part of the flurry of diplomacy aimed at securing another ceasefire and hostage swap. At the moment, the militant group is putting up a stiff resistance to Israel's offense. Of course, it says offense because this is according to NPR. Israel has called on the rest of the world to blacklist Hamas as a terrorist organization, saying it may be eradicated in the wake of its October 7th rampage across southern Israel and triggered the war. Biden was actually questioned about this yesterday.
Yeah, do we have that for the cut sheet?
Yeah, we'll get into that. So
he didn't. I don't think he knew what war he was talking about. There's a clip going around that just makes him look completely out of it yet again.
Yeah, he just actually it's like when you go to me and I don't expect it on the air, just total anyway.
Yeah, well.
Anyway.
But that's our big 3 here at 9:33 a.m. Kayal Company.
All right, thank you very much, Lorenzo. We will come back. We will get to part 2 of the cut sheet, and then also find out who our winner is today for YouTube and Twitter, and also the final poll results. Still time to vote. Who was the biggest loser of 2023? Was it Disney? Was it Harvard? Was it Bud Light? Was it Deadspin? Still time to vote on Twitter and in the YouTube chat. We're back after this. Stay right there.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Make recycling part of your holiday season. If you get a new computer, tablet, or cell phone this year, recycle your old one by selling it or donating it to charity. Otherwise, dispose of it at a proper e-waste facility. Recycle your Christmas tree by turning it into wood chips and mulch. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
She gave you a tie, he gave you a toaster. But what both of you really wanted all along was a new kitchen. So toss the tie into the toaster and head to the holiday sale at Colonial Marble and Granite. Right now, get a complete new kitchen fully installed for $13,599 with 0 down and 0 interest at any Colonial location. No batteries required. Give your home a New Year's makeover at Colonial Marble and Granite. But don't sleep on it. Sale ends January 1st. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
Time is running out to save big during Bush Auto Group's year-end event. Right now, save up to $7,500 on select vehicles and enjoy financing as low as 0% on featured models. Hurry into one of our 2 Nissan locations in Exton and Limerick or our Infinity location in Westchester before December 23rd and explore our extensive lineup of new and pre-owned vehicles. Don't miss out on the best deals of the year because this offer ends December 23rd. Visit us in-store or online at bushautogroup.com. Billy rides with us.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
If you know anyone who could use a little help with dinner, check out What a Crock Meals. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I found their site, whatacrock.com, and had the idea of sending some of their meals as a gift to friends and family who could use some delicious dinners without any prep, mess, or stress. If you haven't heard me talk about whatacrock.com before, here's how it works. You just put a meal in your slow cooker in the morning, go about your day, and when you come home, dinner is simmering. Oh, smells so delicious. It's literally as simple as dropping a meal into your slow cooker and dinner is one and done. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu of more than 50 meals to try. No subscription or commitment is required to order, and they even have digital gift cards that are instantly delivered via email for people who need a great gift in a pinch. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Code WPHT. Get $10 off. Make sure you check them out. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You should live without boundaries and no fear of missing out. Be fulfilled in everything you do. How you feel tomorrow starts today. With proactive steps to be well, take time for you. Be proactive. Maintaining total health and wellness includes staying up to date on preventative immunizations so you can be your best self every day. Talk to your doctor about which vaccines are right for you.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Out of all the reindeers, you know you're the mastermind.
I can just picture Mary and her husband running through the airport to this song, trying to secure their seat in row number 3.
No running when we go to the airport. There's no running. We've got it down. We've got a system. We've got it down.
It is a science. There's no doubt about it.
We fly twice a year. That's it.
There you go. Nick, Kayal, Mary Walter, as we put a bow on a Thursday show. A couple of things still to get to before we hand things off at 10 o'clock to who we've got. Is it Dr. Maz is doing the 10 o'clock spot today,
Yes,
Lorenzo?
Dr. Maz and Kevin O'Dowd will be on. They'll have a couple guests. I'll still be there as well. So, yeah, tune in. We'll be here till 12.
All right, very good. We'll also find out who on Twitter and YouTube today. But let's get right to it because we still have more audio to work our way through. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Please visit in person or online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. All right. Let's get right into it. We actually didn't play a ton of Biden yet, so let's get to Uncle Joe here. He was talking about the hostages, and this was actually the clip that Nick recently just brought up. This will be cut 14 here, Phil. He's asked about the hostages yesterday, and he pretends like he knows what they're talking about, and then he continues to talk. Listen in. This is cut 14, go.
Are we expecting a hostage deal anytime soon?
Yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, where?
Oh, no, I was talking about
You were talking about
we're pushing it. There's no expectation at this point, but we are pushing it.
Yes.
my
Wait,
God.
where? Oh, you mean the
Who?
hostage situation in Tupelo, Mississippi? Yeah, that one. No, the one over in the Middle East.
Who's on
How many
first?
hostages does he have?
What is it? I think AOC has a few hostages in her bedroom where those Instagram hostage videos she puts out with her boyfriend. I mean, maybe he was referring to that one. I don't know.
I have no idea what you're talking about because I am not on Instagram, and now I'm really glad I'm not.
Neither am I, but we did play it one time. What was
it's great,
the
yeah.
backdrop to that, Dorenzo? AOC's like boyfriend was sitting sitting Indian style on the bed.
Oh, you can't say that.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Crisscross
Everybody
applesauce.
gets- everybody
Crisscross
gets-
applesauce.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'll be hiring a morning show host next week.
You're gonna get
people.
fired.
Ah,
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I'll collect. What was there was something where he was like reading, it almost came off like he was reading a prepared statement that she wrote for him, if I could recall correctly, right?
Yeah, it was. I think it had to do with abortion.
Was it
that whole thing,
abortion?
I think it was when Roe
I
was
thought
overturned.
I thought it was like a gas stove type appliance
Oh,
issue.
it could be. Let me look it up. I might have it in here.
Yeah. But this guy, this is why they don't let Joe out. This is why they should absolutely stick him in the basement and bring him out in November of 2024.
Exactly. This is why when he does a press conference, talk about reading the statement. You see the last press conference he did with, I think it was with Zelensky, and he calls on the reporter. He reads it off the card who he's supposed to call on. They already know what the question is, and someone has written out his answer for him, and he just reads the response.
Yep.
Oh, I have it here. Okay, there's no video to this, but this is AOC's boyfriend who gave advice on white people to how to not be racist.
That's
Listen in.
what it was.
So, Riley, what has been helpful to you in combating racism?
I think it's helpful and important to talk to other white people about racism. And I think a lot of people, they don't want to be racist. They don't think that they're racist.
But they are.
But they also don't know some of the things that they believe or say are and can be racist. And I think one of the effective ways is just to talk and kind of help teach them about why some of the things they believe or say or think are wrong. Not necessarily racist, but that they're wrong. And that'll sort of chip away and, contribute to some development in this area.
This feels so forced. I don't understand. What do you mean white people? Everyone can be racist. Every race can be racist. I don't care what
no.
anyone says.
Yeah.
The new narrative is that only white people can be racist.
And
that
only
it is
white
not
people
possible.
can solve the problem.
But that's the new.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the new talking point is that white people are the only ones who can be racist.
Yeah.
But I really don't know what this guy looks like. However, listening to 30 seconds of that, I already know he's a beta male. That's number one,
Yes,
right?
indeed.
Beta written all over him, skinny jeans, the whole 9 yards, man bun, the whole bit,
Yep.
right? But why does he sound like a 23-year-old girl?
He probably is.
Well, not yeah.
Maybe he identifies as one.
Not all white people are racist,
Oh, my God.
but they are racist.
Well, it's
and
like
they
the
don't
tone
know
that you have
they're
to do
racist.
so you don't sound racist,
Right.
whatever
Right.
that is.
So,
Yeah.
He was up talking. I could listen to that for approximately 3 minutes, and I'd have to throw him off the balcony.
And maybe
And I
AOC
probably
did throw him off
could.
the balcony, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
shout out to him for getting AOC. I'll always defend her attractiveness on this show. She's the most beautiful congresswoman. I'll give
Yeah,
her that.
but
she's not
wait.
bad looking, but she's psychotic.
Yeah, looks fade, stupids forever.
Yeah, it's true.
She's got the psycho eyes, too, right?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
she's
yeah.
got
That's
serial-
trouble.
Serial killer
Mhm.
stare.
I don't know. Bobert might have worse crazy eyes, I think, but I don't know. Now we're getting too much into people's
Yeah, I
looks.
am.
We're gonna
show
get in
some
trouble.
respect. We're working with a lady here.
It's true. It's true. All right. Well,
Thank you,
this
I
will be
think.
cut
welcome.
15, Phil. Let's go to KJP. She was asked about the Trump Colorado issues, and she just really didn't want to talk about it at
Yeah,
all.
she's not going to go there.
Yep. So this will be cut 15. Phil, go.
Do you have any reaction to the Colorado Supreme Court?
So, look, we follow the law here. Cannot comment on anything that is related to an upcoming election like 2024, and this is a legal process, so I'm just not going to comment.
Does the president believe that Donald Trump was an insurrectionist?
I'm just not going to get into not going to get into a legal process here. Obviously, there is one. I'm not going to get ahead. I'm not going to speak to the decision that Colorado has made. I'm just not going to comment on it.
Do you see if the White House would like the Supreme Court to quickly pick up this case to get it settled?
Look, what I can say is the president's not involved. We're not involved in this. This is a legal process. We're just not going to comment.
as a general matter, does the White House believe
this was gonna happen, but go ahead.
that major party political candidates, the court should decide which major party political candidates should be on the ballot?
Just not going to get involved in any
just not
court
gonna.
decision that's made. The Supreme Court, any court decision, it's a legal process. Going to leave it alone, not comment. 2024, not going to comment. Hatch Act, we try to do our best to follow the law, and just not going to comment on this.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
Right.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Come talk to me.
Exactly.
Every day.
Thank you, Karine. You know, you're paid to
Every day.
speak, and yet you can't speak properly. You look for all of your answers in your binder, and you're just not going to get into that. You're not going to comment on this. It's really remarkable. You know, she would be a great head coach in professional sports.
Oh, she's like Andy Reid.
Andy Reid would never answer anything. I'm not going to get into all that.
We're gonna watch the tape. We're gonna reevaluate.
Yeah. I mean, actually, the ability to speak and ultimately say nothing is truly an art.
True.
There are some people that can master that craft. She has not, but it is doable.
I would refer you to the
like
White House
Kamala Harris.
Yes. I mean, you could have a 3-minute word salad and leave people like, what was that about? Yeah.
What's hilarious is she just like, oh, she didn't say it, but she basically was saying, well, Hatch Act, which they just apply Hatch Act to everything that she doesn't want to answer or she doesn't want to talk about.
Right.
And the media sits there and goes, okay, all right. I'll ask you again, but I know you're not going to answer. And they just take it. And we talked about it yesterday. I go back to Sarah Huckabee Sanders and Donald Trump and the way that they treated them. Anytime the press asked them questions, they were attack dogs. They were rude.
Mm-hmm.
They were obnoxious. They were unprofessional. And it's just the fact that they're so timid now is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, they're completely neutered. They're all in lockstep together with the Democrats.
I don't want to give them any credit, but I will say it does seem that they are starting to turn the page there, and like those little giggles and getting angry. I wouldn't say angry, but like starting to keep asking the question. They didn't do that. I feel like 2 years ago.
You know what the assembled press should do? The next time she's due to speak at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon with a press briefing, nobody should show up.
I mean, I'm surprised more of them haven't been more hostile ever since the Middle East.
Mm-hmm. Well, they don't want their access revoked. They don't want to be treated like Simon Atiba and things like that.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Right, and it's all about status. You're absolutely right, Nick. It's all about status and where you sit in the room, and all that other stuff. But they also need to be there so that they can spin it, because they really are just state-run media for the most part, and so they need to be there so they can get their talking points and they can spin it.
That's why I lost so much respect for sports media when I was doing sports talk, is because nobody would ask the tough question. Everybody was just happy to be in the press box and eat the free baked ziti and tweet out their picture of their seat from the stadium and not be a real journalist. So
there's none of that in the press briefing room.
No,
yeah.
It's
a big club.
The baked ziti go-to is run its course. When you're giving out baked ziti in any type of setting like that to media members or anything like that, it's low budget.
It's usually like Stofers too.
Yeah, it's beneath me. I'm above that now. No
There's
more
a little
baked
coffee
ziti.
maker. That's about it.
Exactly.
All right, well, this will be cut 13, Phil. We'll get the last of Joe here on the cut sheet. Biden was pressed while he was speaking yesterday and expanded on workers' wages and how Bidenomics is saving everyone. This is cut 13, Phil, go.
Wages for workers are up. Black wealth is up record 60% since the pandemic. So many of you, look, and by the way, I mean this sincere from the bottom of my heart, we're just getting started.
She's getting started.
Oh, my God. What is that? He always, I get it. We're in a live environment. We talk a lot, but he always does it.
Yeah, and then he loves to say things like, you ain't seen nothing yet and all this other crap. One of the latest polls shows that only 14% of Americans believe Bidenomics are making their lives better, to which I would say, I'd like to talk to that 14% and figure out what they're doing, where they're arriving at the conclusion that they're doing actually better under Joe. That's staggering to admit.
It's the top end of income earners, because the market's done really well.
Mm-hmm.
How the hell the market's done well is beyond me. I can't figure that out. But it's the top income. It's the top 14% of income earners in the country who are doing really well right now.
Yep, the elites. All right, that will do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We'll come back, wrap it up with who won Twitter and YouTube today, and also get the final results of our poll question, which you can still vote for on Twitter at 1210 WPHT. Back after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue's selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of year with Christmas in the Air, a first-class Broadway-style spectacular that's festive fun for the whole family. This snow globe come to life dazzles with a cast of high-kicking Rockette-style dancers performing alongside magical holiday characters. November 24th through December 24th at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
This Christmas, put the world on hold and enjoy a Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
Starting Christmas Eve at 3, it's Frank, Dean, and Sammy, plus Ella, Barbara, Tony, and more. A Sinatra and Friends Christmas with Sid Mark. Christmas Eve at 3 and all day Christmas Day. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock.
Oh, Mary, now he plays Christmas music. Now he's going to play a little holiday vibes at
Yay,
9:52.
Is it? Yeah, well, I finally spoke up. If I waited for you to, we wouldn't have any Christmas music.
We are the Grinches who stole Christmas music on Talk Radio. But Mary saved us in the final hour.
Yay, I saved Christmas.
And you saved the show for the last 2 days because you have been absolutely fabulous. By the way, always love working with you. Your insight plus your humor and personality is a great fit for this show. So we always enjoy having you in.
I hope my husband's listening. Are you listening to that, honey? I have a good personality.
Yeah.
Despite what you say to me.
Yeah. Yeah, what she said.
Thank you. That's
You're
very
welcome.
sweet.
All right, Dorenzo, let's wrap it up today with Who Won Twitter and YouTube today.
Who won Twitter?
Who won Twitter today? We're going to go through, what do we got?
We'll figure it out on the fly, right?
I'm going to go with Richard Notaro again, just because he's actually agreeing with Nick. I don't care if I'm in the last aisle. When I've been sitting for 5 to 6 hours in a cramped airline seat during a flight, I need to stand up so I can feel my legs. So he's siding with you, Nick.
Yeah.
And
Okay, if you're in the last row and you stand up, that's totally fine because you're not in my space.
Yeah.
That's fine in the last row. Anything before that, just sit down until it's your turn.
Valid. Very valid.
Saying.
And who on YouTube? We have Robert Schwartz today saying, after that entire airplane discussion, he said, I get the feeling that Nick is a real a-hole in real life.
In many aspects. My wife can confirm, my sister, some of my best friends, past co-workers, absolutely.
That's going to be the Harry Mays and Tony Bruno show. Nick is an a-hole.
Yeah, and maybe some of my current coworkers would confirm that story as well. So there you go.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. I don't really know you, but from what I know of you, I would not say that, except for the airplane etiquette.
I agree.
Yes, it's
I agree. Look, I am a very, very gentle soul. Right, Dorenzo? Debatable.
I don't know.
I'm not touching that at all.
Yeah. Probably better not to.
Yeah. I don't know where that's
Okay.
going.
Final poll. Let's get the results here of this poll question. At least on Twitter, from what I can see, the biggest loser of 2023, your options were Bud Light, Harvard, Disney, or Deadspin. Bud Light, the runaway winner at 66%, Harvard at 17%, Disney at 14%, Deadspin at 3%. This is kind of like Trump in the Republican primary polls. Trump's at 66%, DeSantis is at 17%, Haley's at 14%, and Christie is at 3%. very similar. So Trump is like the Bud Light of polls.
And on YouTube, it was Bud Light 64, Harvard 17, Deadspin 3, and Disney 16. So very, very similar. And this is up for the next day here on at 1210 WPHT on Twitter if you'd like to vote.
All right. Well, there you go. Again, who do we have coming up at 10 o'clock in for Dawn this morning?
That will be Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli, Kevin O'Dowd, and some of their favorite guests coming up here. We'll be live with you from 10 till 12.
Okay. That'll do it for us. Go ahead,
hold
Mary.
on. I would just like to say thank you for having me. It
Yes.
really has been fun despite your lack of Christmas holiday. I mean, the festivity. I put up lights for you people to make things more festive, and I got one Christmas song. That's all
I'm
I'm
picking
going
your
to say.
Christmas movie tomorrow. Don't worry.
And tomorrow I will be in this space with Matt Rooney.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. We got a Mary and Matt Rooney Friday edition as we head into the Christmas weekend. All right. Well, Mary, you have a great Christmas and a happy holidays.
too.
And I'm
Enjoy.
sure we will we'll chat again at some point in 2024. All right, everybody, have a great holiday. Thanks for making 2023 so special, and buckle up because 2024 is going to be a wild one. All right, stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. And as our favorite senator would say, one last time in 2023.
Good night, everybody.
Jingle bell rock. Jingle bell chime and jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square.